Uh, Good evening and hello, everyone. I'm going to be jumping right on in here. I had intended to come on a lot earlier. However, can I tell you the things that we have to take care of and try to prepare for? At any rate, we're glad to be back. Glad to have you guys with us. And we are grateful uh, to be able to cover what it is that we're covering. So, with that in mind, we're going to jump right in. I'm going to try to go through as quickly as possible these slides. Apparently, there's more information than I had actually prepared for previously. So, if we are done in time enough, it's my intent to maybe come back with another video after this one so that we can actually conclude with this particular subject. Um, with that in mind, if we don't, then I'll come back as soon as I can, perhaps even putting it together and assembling it and having it ready for you at some point in time tomorrow evening um, or tomorrow afternoon. But at this time, we're going to go ahead and jump right in. My eyes are a little bit blurred still, but let's see what we have here. Hello, everyone. Hello. Um, so, I'm going to jump right on in. We left off with this question. This is the page that we had. And um, if the general council, a group of ministers that the CEO slash bishop handpicked to use as a type of court to investigate and resolve matters in the organization, but in truth, according to the supreme laws, they're really in place just to protect the works, the money, and the bishop, as it states in Article 1 of our uh, supreme laws. And it actually quotes it here. If you go down past the parentheses, then is it fair to say that this group is really a sham appointment and are only meant to be in position to serve the bishop and carry out his orders? What would be the purpose of them writing a resolution that gives the bishop power over all of the assets and property over the organization? Are they serving the bishop by doing that, or do the members end up at a loss? And once again, so that everybody understands, all I'm doing whenever I do this, I'm just loading questions on to AI, not always Chat GPT. I find that they do give some clearer information on some of the other chatbot apps. Um, Chat GPT does a wonderful job doing many things, but I'm trying out different ones. Anyway, I'm asking some of the same questions that you all have asked me. So I'm putting them here so that everybody can hear those questions and see exactly the answers that we get. I'm actually surprised that many of the answers were exactly what I had shared. So let's go ahead and get into it. Um, Based on the exact text of Article 1, Section A and C, if the supreme laws you provided, of the supreme laws you provided, then yes, it is entirely accurate and fair to describe the General Council as a sham court and a rubber stamp body designed solely to serve the bishop and enforce his will. And this is, again, the program saying, based on what not I'm saying, not based on what you're saying, but based on what the law in the house of prayer says, the way it's written, the expressed language in black and white, What our members don't understand when looking at it, even myself for 40 plus years, I didn't think about it, didn't worry about it, we just had it. But in looking at it and stopping to really look at it, it shows that it's all a sham, according to what we're reading here, counsel. And let's look at reasons why. Based on the exact text, and look at the next paragraph. From a professional, legal, and corporate governance perspective, this is a textbook example of a captive board. Here's the objective analysis of what these rules mean, why they passed the resolution, why they passed that resolution, and how it directly impacts the members. Why the general counsel is legally a sham appointment. In a standard nonprofit organization, the board of directors or general counsel is legally required to exercise independent oversight to protect the members and the charitable mission. Their job on the general counsel is to offer independent, meaning not to carry out what the CEO says, not to take orders from him, but independent is they're supposed to be doing their own thing while looking out for the members of the organization, as well as, number one, ensuring that the mission of the organization is being met. And if that's not the case, then it's actually saying it's a sham. If you are not taking care of the mission of the organization first, if you're not working to serve the mission of your nonprofit first, if you're not taking care of the members of the organization, if your sole purpose, your only purpose is to serve the interest of the CEO, it's a sham general counsel, is what it's saying. Now, if you look at that first bullet point, the stated purpose, section A, the rules openly state that the council's job is to, quote, protect the work of this organization and its leader, the bishop, unquote. It does not say their job is to protect the members, the congregations, or spiritual integrity. Their legal mandate is to protect the leader and the money, which we know is the work. Total control over composition, section C. The bishop has the unilateral right to handpick and appoint members to the council. Because they serve entirely at his pleasure, any council member who votes against the bishop or questions financial transaction can be instantly fired and replaced. They are employees carrying out orders, not an independent court. And this is a problem. They're supposed to be an independent court. If they're not an independent court, then the question is, what are you? Well, the law books is selling the idea that you are an independent court. It's saying you're an independent court from a distance. But when you examine the actual literature, when you look at the verbiage, word for word, it says we're here to protect the money and the leader. Okay. All the other stuff is fluff according to what we're looking at. Now, look at that last part as we go into the next section, the next heading. What is the purpose of them writing a resolution giving the bishop all asset power? Why would they do that? Well, since the bishop already has immense power, you might wonder why he needs the general counsel to sign a separate resolution handing him total control over the property. This is done for external legal protection. It has nothing to do with inside the organization. He can say all day long, according to what we're hearing, is, well, I'm doing this for the betterment of the organization. I'm doing this to protect the members and to protect what we have. They've worked too hard for this, that, and the other. What we're looking at is that the bishop, according to what has been done, has done this for external legal protection. It's to insulate the title. And you see this in parentheses, title insulation. Why would you need a resolution to be written by the general counsel? Well, when the bishop wants to sell a multi-million-dollar piece of land, when he wants to take out a massive bank loan or move property into his name as sole trustee, external secular entities like commercial banks, title insurance companies, and state judges will ask, where's the corporate resolution proving the organization approved this? We need a resolution so that we can see that you're not just in here behind the backs of anybody and no one knowing, so that you can say and make the claim that you represent the organization. I need to make this business deal that no one knows anything about. They know that the likelihood is probably pretty high that no one knows about it because you're showing up in our office by yourself. You don't have anything at all. There's nobody with you. Okay, well, where is the resolution showing that they approved of this transaction? The bishop can't simply sign a paper saying, I give myself permission. So, in order to satisfy secular real estate laws, he needs a document signed by a governing body. Therefore, the hand-picked general counsel passes a formal resolution granting him absolute power. This is what the resolution is for. How do we know that? Because that's exactly what the general counsel's resolution says. When a bank looks at that resolution, when a bank looks at that resolution, look at that language, look at the expressed written language, it appears on the surface to be a valid corporate act. Remember, I told you, the council, at times, they're working to make it appear as if they're literally working on behalf of the members. We are the General Council of the United House of Prayer for All People, and we have this resolution that says the people stand behind us, especially by using words like we concur. And then you saw it close out with sitting in Washington, D.C. That is to give the impression to whoever's reading it that they had a legitimate corporate meeting. And we discussed this, and this was the conclusion, as we spoke about last night. Now, it goes on to say, it appears on the surface to be a valid corporate act, shielding the bishop from immediate accusations of illegal self-dealing, so that the bank, so that the insurance company, so that the real estate agency, so that whoever it is that's privy to what is going on in the document that's being signed, so they cannot say, wait a minute, we need someone to approve this transaction. No, you have a resolution coming from the general counsel that says, we get to do this. We get to do this. The general counsel knows they get to do what they're doing as long as it's being done outside of the members' knowledge and their consent. The council exists. You see the last line in that paragraph? The council exists to manufacture the illusion of due process. According to what it's saying, when this program, AI, takes all this information and puts it together, it paints a pretty clear picture according to the information that we're reading. And look at that next heading. Are they serving the people or do the members end up at a loss? Well, if they're doing this type of work for the bishop, for the CEO, then it pretty much looks like the members are going to take a hit. And look at what it says. The members end up at a devastating systemic loss. The members end up at a devastating systemic loss by concentrating total asset control into the hands of a single individual without member oversight. Remember, there's no oversight committee. There is no board of directors. There is no one that has a checks and balance system within our organization. Therefore, the general counsel just gave him the keys to do anything and everything. And it says, by concentrating total asset control into the hands of a single individual member without member oversight, the congregation is left dangerously exposed to severe financial peril. For instance, if millions of dollars in tithes are funneled into speculative out of state ventures or lavish private investments that fail, the local sanctuaries could face sudden foreclosure or structural abandonment. Without independent checks and balances, any major financial negligence, hidden tax penalty, or massive civil judgment against the leader can trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, allowing creditors to freeze or liquidate the very buildings the members sacrificed to build. While this extreme vulnerability places local assets at immediate risk, this structural damage is not completely permanent. Under the right legal conditions, such as a court ordered receivership and a judicial uh, unwinding of unauthorized transactions, the consolidated power can be broken, though it requires a complex and highly aggressive legal battle to undo. Now, all this is saying is in certain conditions, this is a major problem. But also, given certain conditions, it's an easy fix. And what I'm telling you all is this is an easy fix. And with that in mind, you don't have to wonder or worry about how this needs to be done. In covering this information, I've been sharing quite a bit. The individuals on the Reform Committee have been sharing quite a bit as well. Individuals that's also in the background, y'all don't see, um, have been standing by. And the point is for the members to stand unified, for us to stand together, not to be divided. In sharing information, the whole point is for us to understand what's going on. It's not to point fingers. It's not to draw attention negatively to anybody. It's just so that everybody understands what's going on. It's important for everyone to understand exactly what's going on, because if you know what's going on now, you can do something about it. But if you don't know what's going on, how can you do something about it? Let's continue. The four biggest dangers that should alarm the members. The asset evaporation risk. Because the $1 mansion resolution is still active, the CEO can quietly sell off local church buildings or vacant land parcels at any time. The members could arrive at church on a Sunday to find the locks changed and the property sold to a commercial developer, with the proceeds routed to an unverified out-of-state account. The ghost board reality, the general counsel is legally exposing the church to ruin. By executing orders to protect the bishop rather than the church, council members are committing corporate waste. If the IRS launches an inquiry, the entire national organization can lose its tax-exempt status, triggering retroactive tax bills that would bankrupt local parishes. We're telling you, this is a major issue. Given the impression that the leader does not have to tell members about transactions is a manipulation tactic. How long have we heard they don't have to tell you anything? They don't have to say anything to anybody. They don't have to answer to anybody. Well, let's continue. While hierarchical, hierarchy, hierarchical churches have broad governance rights, they're never exempt from criminal fraud, embezzlement, or tax laws. Total disenfranchisement. By removing the right to appeal, the leadership has effectively locked the door from the inside. They're signaling that the members are merely a source of tithing revenue with absolutely no voice, no rights, and no protection under internal church law. The members of the house of prayer, according to what we're reading, according to what I put in from the laws of the house of prayer, and this is what I'm trying to get everybody to understand. I'm only looking at the laws of the house of prayer and comparing those laws to the laws of the land. That's why no one can dispute what we're talking about, because the law of the land is saying, no, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. And looking at this, once again, we're looking at total disenfranchisement because the general council apparently is putting us in a position where the organization is ending up hurt and not being helped by the council. Their job is to look after, not to hurt the organization. Now, what if the resolution has already been used in court or real estate transactions to transfer multiple properties to himself? If the bishop has already used the general council's resolution, giving the bishop powers over all the organization's property to transfer multiple parcels into his name, he has created an active systemic paper trail of illicit self dealing. Using a fraudulent corporate resolution to execute land transfers means every single transaction is built on a legal falsehood. Every single transaction is built uh, on an illegal. Uh, when I'm trying to remember what subject we talked about last night. Anyway, we'll come back to this. But when looking at this, he has created an active systemic paper trail of illicit self-dealing. Using a fraudulent corporate resolution to execute land transfers, a fraudulent corporate resolution, what the general council put together is not legitimate according to what we're reading. For them to create a resolution that says everything in this organization we're going to give to the power of the CEO, for him to, anytime he feels like it, do anything he wants, and only one signature goes on that transaction, that dealing, according to this, what we're looking at is something that's fraudulent. And with that in mind, in real estate law, any deed signed under the authority of a void resolution is completely tainted, resulting in severely clouded titles for all affected properties. Furthermore, if this resolution was presented to secular courts during past property disputes to prove he had the corporate blessing to move assets, it constitutes a fraud on the court, meaning the leadership has intentionally misled judges by using a sham document to shield private asset consolidation from public view. Now, members, friends, we have to understand that this type of thing, as said last night, is going on all the time. And the reason why we're reading these things is because we saw the documents where they were actually filed. And we're going to come back to that also a little bit later to show you for yourselves, so you can see for yourselves exactly why this is a huge problem. Now, what should concern the members most regarding financial blindness and total disenfranchisement? The ongoing financial blindness is a severe corporate hazard that actively harms both the organization and its long-term stability. Because financial contributions are pooled into a completely closed system with zero independent tracking, all this is saying is that there's no oversight. There's nobody checking for anything at all to make sure that we're not losing any money. We're not wasting any funds. We're not haphazardly spending, right? Quite frankly, if any of our pastors were sitting in council and council found that there's $742 that was wasted, it was spent on something that was not necessary, that pastor would have a problem with the council. They'd make a big deal out of it, and he might get changed. He might get pulled out of this position. But I showed you last night where we have a $882,000 tax bill right now. That's just one. $882,000. Think about this, people, of money being paid in taxes, if it's getting paid, based on a property that was purchased at $26 million that the members knew nothing about, that the members did not give their consent to, that there was no meeting held whatsoever. And why is that? Because the general counsel created a resolution and put on record that one person in this entire organization can, at a stroke of his pen, sign and say, sole trustee. Done. We're going to look at how this is supposed to work in the laws of the land. To protect the institution from structural ruin, members must understand the urgent need to actively engage in cooperative, unified efforts to investigate these matters internally. I'm going to say this again. This is what we've been talking about. To protect the institution from structural ruin as a result of all this activity and paperwork being filed all over the place that we don't know anything about. To protect the institution from structural ruin is what the general counsel is supposed to be doing. Instead, the actions of the general counsel, it looks like, are putting us in a position where the institution known as the house of prayer is getting geared up for structural ruin. Okay? Members must understand the urgent need to actively engage in cooperative, unified efforts to investigate these matters internally. Now, here's your question. If the council is not going to investigate these matters, and they're creating documents in order to give him the authority to do what he's doing, then who's going to investigate these matters internally? Now, do you understand why last year I wrote up a list of charges against the council, against the assembly secretaries, and against the CEO, and then included all the pastors? Because what you all don't understand is their decision making has put the organization in a position where it can lead to its downfall and ruin. According to what we're reading here, this is why we need to be investigating these matters. When executive decisions are made in complete secrecy, it isolates the organization from standard accountability and places the entire operational foundation at risk. It places the entire operational foundation at risk. If the community's hard-earned financial contributions, the members, if your money is being mismanaged or exposed to unverified transactions behind closed doors, it is the members who ultimately bear the burden of that executive negligence. It's the people's fault. It's the people's fault. If all these things are going on and no one is looking into it, no one is verifying anything, no one is confirming anything, nobody checking documents, nobody looking to see, wait a minute, what did you just do over there? No one questioning the CEO about any of his actions. No one questioning the CEO about any of his decision making. Let's pay attention to how this whole thing unfolds. Total disenfranchisement. The latest administrative rule strips away all remaining internal rights, creating total disenfranchisement and demanding immediate, urgent action. I wonder if we're understanding what I just read. The latest administrative rules strip away all remaining internal rights, creating total disenfranchisement and demanding immediate, urgent action. If the rules of our CEO, working hand in hand with the General Assembly secretaries and the General Counsel, just took away all remaining internal rights, that demands urgent action. Who's going to do something about it? That's what the General Assemblies are for. It's in the General Assembly that the people are supposed to stand and question and find out things and come to conclusions to get to the bottom of things. It's supposed to take place there. But they've done a tremendous job of seeing to it that the members don't understand what the General Assembly is for. Watch carefully. By banning members from appealing decisions or even contacting the executive residence, a barrier has been deliberately erected to ensure that questions are strictly forbidden. Now, what this is talking about uh, is this new rule. And this new rule covers, let me see something real quick. Oh, that's what happened. Um, I wondered about this because I wasn't sure whether we had read this. So apparently it just jumped down a few frames. Let me go back. Here. One more moment. Okay. Are they serving the people? Are they serving the people? Or do the members end up at a loss? We just covered this. And as soon as I catch up, I'm going to be watching to make sure this doesn't happen again. Um, is it legal for the general counsel to act in this manner? And does it make the resolution illegal? In the eyes of secular law, it is a direct violation of mandatory corporate standards for an appointed counsel to operate in this manner. While hierarchical religious groups have freedom of governance, They're completely bound by state and federal corporate statutes once they incorporate. When a council operates under rules stating that their sole duty is to protect the leader rather than the organization, they're acting as an illegal ghost board. This means they're presenting a false impression to local zoning boards, outside banks, government entities, and federal regulating authorities that they are an independent functioning board of directors exercising true oversight, when in truth, they are a captive entity because they intentionally deceive external regulators to cover up self-dealing. The General Council's resolution give the bishop powers over all the organization's property is entirely illegal and void from its inception. This just shared with us that looking at the resolution, it should be completely void, null and void. For them to do what they did, it should never have been done. I'm going to go back to this next frame. Okay. The CEO is not supposed to have any personal interest in any of the organization's properties, as he should be in place to serve the goodwill and best interest of the people. The resolution, the organization, I'm sorry, and the mission. What if he's using the resolution to sign properties over to himself when there's no legally justifiable reason to do so? Isn't this suspicious if he's made countless statements openly before the members, like, once you give the money, you don't tell me what to do with it? Or other statements like, we don't need no 3 or 4 people deciding on what we're going to build or where we're going to build. No, no, no. One man, one man, one man. And even others like, we've always had only one man making our decisions for us. Too many heads will mess things up. And if you're going to stay in here, you're going to follow Daddy Cunningham. If not, there's the door. What should concern the members most with behavior like this coming from the CEO, with a general counsel that carries out his orders and protects him? How much more should they be concerned when they just released another new rule that says members can no longer appeal to the bishop if they disagree with the orders given them by the general counsel, and they are no longer permitted to call his home to appeal to him either? Should the members be alarmed
Right.
at all, especially given the fact that this resolution is still out there for him to use at his discretion and giving the members the impression that he doesn't have to tell them about any of his dealings or business transactions? Now, again, many of these questions came from you all, and I tried to get to some of your texts and some of your emails. The time has been all over the place. However, this is why, another reason why I'm doing it this way, so that we can answer all of those questions at once. And with that in mind, yes, the member should be deeply alarmed. Absolutely, you should be. The combination of the CEO's open statements, the stripping of member appeal rights. You have a right to appeal a decision coming from any judge. If you go outside, and by outside I mean outside courts, and the judge makes a ruling, you have the right to appeal that judge. So why is it in here there's no right to appeal the judges of the General Council, this is saying that you do have that right to appeal them. And with that in mind, um, stripping them of their appeal rights, and a compliant General Counsel creates a textbook environment for severe financial abuse, systemic fraud, and the permanent loss of church assets. The legal realities of this behavior, the key dangers for the membership, and the exact tool your group can use to vote out this authority are outlined below. Now, it goes on to say that the CEO's actions and statements are a major legal red flag. A lot of the members apparently did not know that these things are problematic, but let's face it, most of the members are not hearing everything at the same time. So as we're traveling around, a lot of times members are not there to hear what's going on. But when it comes to what's in black and white, you cannot question it because it's right there. It's expressly written. We're talking about orders right now for the rest of you who did not hear that members can no longer appeal to the general council and go before the bishop in what we call Supreme Court in the House of Prayer. And we're looking at why that is. Now, in nonprofit law, a CEO owes a fiduciary duty of loyalty. You owe a fiduciary duty of loyalty to the organization. This means they're strictly prohibited from using their position to benefit themselves or exercise unchecked personal dominance over charitable assets. You don't, you, me, every member of the organization, they're supposed to be, by they, I mean anybody who's in a position of authority, supposed to be serving the members that are supposed to be subordinate to them. At the same token, the members also have rights as well. And what this is saying is they have a duty, especially the CEO. It is an obligation of loyalty to the organization, not to yourself. This means they're strictly prohibited from using their position to benefit themselves or exercise unchecked personal dominance over charitable assets. It's unchecked because nobody is looking behind you to see what you're doing. It's unchecked because no one is verifying anything to see what you're doing. It's unchecked because general counsel has pretty much closed their eyes and covered their ears. When you heard Mrs. Cunningham say in Huntersville, I don't hear anything, I don't see anything. That's not for the members to be emulating. What she's saying is what my husband is doing, I don't see anything, I don't hear anything. What the council is saying is what he's doing, we don't see anything, we don't hear anything. In other words, we've given him complete access to the entire organization. From the wife's standpoint, is I don't want to know nothing about that. I'm 100% all in because I'm enjoying what we have right now. The members don't need to be saying, I don't see anything, I don't hear anything. The members need to be looking into everything. Now, in nonprofit, matter of fact, going back up, the legal realities of this behavior, the key dangers for the membership, and the exact tool your group can use to vote out this authority outlined below. This is what we've been talking about also again and again and again, especially last year. This is saying that this is the fix, this is the need. The statements you quoted, such as once you give the money, you don't tell me what to do with it, and one man, one man, one man, are open admissions that the CEO rejects standard fiduciary duties. He's saying, I don't want to hear all that. I'm in charge. And to C, transferring properties to himself, you see this being done, and look at what it says. As a sole trustee with no legally justifiable reason is the exact definition of self dealing. It's the exact, meaning there's nothing else you need to look for. This is self dealing, according to AI, not Lewis. Look further. The new rule blocking members from appealing to the bishop or calling his home is a deliberate tactic to cut off all legal and communication lines. It ensures the membership cannot create an internal paper trail of dissent, allowing the CEO to claim in a secular court that the members are perfectly happy and compliant. And this is what we were talking about last night. When we, the people, allow, there's a statement, a phrase, silence means consent. When the people don't do anything, when the people don't say anything, then it's being looked upon that it's because you're okay with it. You're in total agreement. Look at the four biggest dangers that should alarm the members. The asset evaporation risk. Now, we were just reading this a moment ago. And since I've already covered this, let me go back to the next frame. What if the resolution has already been used in court or real estate transactions to transfer multiple properties to himself? If the bishop has already used the general counsel's resolution, giving the bishop powers over all the organization's property to transfer multiple parcels into his name, he has created an active systemic paper trail of illicit self-dealing. Now, we're asking the question about what has been done already. And if that has been done, then this again shows self-dealing. Using a fraudulent corporate resolution to execute land transfers means every single transaction is built on a legal falsehood. Every single one. Every single one. Now, we talked about the $26 million build or spend to purchase Washington apartments. Whether it's Greenville, South Carolina, all of these building projects, if they've been done, every single transaction, according to that resolution, is built on a legal falsehood. In real estate law, any deed signed under the authority of a void resolution is completely tainted, resulting in severely clouded titles for all affected properties. For those of you who don't understand what a clouded title is, this is why they do a title search, where you take a property, you take its title, and you run it through anything and everything that is, it's called a lien, leaning against it, or to make sure that the records don't pull anything up that says that there's a dispute about this particular property. So clouded title means it's unclear because of the cloud. You can't see clearly. There's problems with this title. And nobody likes dealing with a cloudy looking title. People want a clear and free title. Furthermore, while looking at this, if this resolution was presented to secular courts during past property disputes to prove he had the corporate blessing to move assets, it constitutes a fraud on the court. And meaning the leadership has intentionally misled judges by using a sham document to shield private asset consolidation from public view. I'm going to show you all later a court hearing, and you're going to see that the organization, the representation, has used quotations out of the Constitution in order to get certain things from the court. Now, as this unfolds, you're going to see why this is such a problem for the members of the organization. What should concern the members most regarding financial blindness and total disenfranchisement? I was reading this also earlier. The ongoing financial blindness, that's us, that's the people who are financially blind because we don't see how the money is being spent. We don't see, we don't check how the money has been spent. We're not checking how much money is coming in. We're not checking how much money is going out. We're not checking where the money is going to. So we, the members of the organization, we are the ones who are financially blind. It's talking about us. This is one of the major concerns. What should concern the members most regarding financial blindness? This is a severe corporate hazard that actively harms both the organization and its long-term stability. Because financial contributions are pulled into a completely closed system with zero independent tracking, the organization is stripped of essential transparency. When you take all this money and dump it in the back of a truck, all this money just being dumped in the back of a truck, everybody come forward. Next house, next, come forward. You dump your money. Next house, next, you dump your money. This house, championship house, chairmanship house, district chairmanship house. All of you dump your money. And then the people, yay, yay, we're on the club. And then they leave, and no one has counted, no one has verified, no one has checked the amounts and documented. And then no one is following up to see where it's going, whether or not it's being deposited, right? We have all of these procedures that the pastors must follow. On a weekly basis, they must deposit that money. If they don't, it constitutes a violation. And if they receive a violation, they're getting fined. But who's checking to make sure that the money that the CEO receives is being deposited? And this is why financial blindness is a huge problem, because we should know that the money's been deposited, because if the money is deposited, now there's a paper trail. How much is being withdrawn? What is it being withdrawn for? Who's the individual doing the withdrawing? And who was the institution that did the disbursement for that money to go out? When that money went out, what was it spent on? Was it spent on what it was said that you needed the money for? All of these things is what the members are supposed to be aware of, right? So, with that being said, to protect the institution, again, from structural ruin, members must understand the urgent need to actively engage in cooperative, unified efforts to investigate these matters internally. The people should be in a frenzy trying to find out what in the world is going on. We just saw a deed where the CEO sent someone. Well, how do you know that he sent someone? We're going to show you. You're going to see all the paperwork that we're talking about, where someone was sent to grant, as a grantor, property to a grantee that we saw last night was the house of prayer. And we saw the CEO less than 60 days later go back and then grant that property as a grantor to himself as a grantee, taking property from the organization and giving it to himself for $10. Okay. This type of thing would not be happening if the people did not have financial blindness. But because we have financial blindness, all kinds of things are happening everywhere because nobody's been concerned about the money coming in. Nobody's been concerned about the money being deposited. Nobody's been concerned about making sure that there's a receipt to reflect how much of it was deposited. No one's been concerned about documenting how much was received. Let's look further. When executive decisions are made in complete secrecy, it isolates the organization from standard accountability and places the entire operational foundation at risk. If the community's hard earned financial contributions are mismanaged or exposed to unverified transactions behind closed doors, it is the members who ultimately bear the burden, and they get to say the executive's negligence is a problem, but we're the ones that fault because we have been financially blind and we have not done anything to make sure we're no longer financially blind. When it comes to the total disenfranchisement, the latest administrative rules strip away all remaining internal rights. This is where we were, creating total disenfranchisement and demanding immediate urgent action. The members are the ones that need to get steered up, according to what this is saying, and go into urgent action, trying to find out what's going on with this transaction, what's going on with that transaction, what's going on with that money being spent over there. Who told you to spend that money over there? Oh, that's right. One man makes all the decisions. Okay, well, how is it that we got to this place where one man making all the decisions? The general counsel. Okay, well, we need to talk to the general counsel. General counsel, come forward, please, in the General Assembly, or another special meeting can be held. You need to answer for us how we got here. How is it that we have a sole trustee who's able to walk into a room, sign over millions and millions of dollars, and buy property, and then go back to that place and sign a deed and say that the organization is selling that property to him for $10? Now, you might say, but that's not what happened. Last night, we didn't see him buy a property and sign it over to himself. No, you did not. Not yet. What I showed last night was a piece of property that had a quit claim deed. And for those of you that were paying attention, at the top of that quit claim deed, it said no title search was completed. No title search. And we're going to come back to that and explain why also. Now, by banning members from appealing decisions or even contacting the executive residence, a barrier has been deliberately erected to ensure that questions are strictly forbidden. So, why can't we ask questions? This is deliberate. In this type of rigid hierarchical atmosphere, absolute silence is enforced because a culture of questioning directly threatens unchecked power. If you allow the members to question, well, now you're threatening the position of the individual because now they have to answer those questions. Uh, we have been under this culture for many decades where if you begin to ask questions, there's problems. But let's look at why this might be. The handpicked general counsel operates essentially as a shield, conducting secret backdoor meetings to protect the executive from any form of scrutiny or dissent. For those of you who were there, you remember in the General Assembly of 2022, when various pastors were coming to the front and they were saying that their members did not read or have any knowledge of the proposals for 2022 when there were 47 changes made to the Constitution. Members were getting up. As they got up, remember at the time, the General Assembly Secretary, Mr. Cunningham, stopped the pastors from coming to the front. We're not going to entertain any longer this subject. We're going to move on for time's sake. The hour's far spent, and we have to hurry up and do what we need to do. The problem there is, however, 3.5 hours had been wasted. When the members go to the General Assembly, all that time in the morning, nothing gets done. And the CEO comes in 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and then now everything has to be rushed. This is by design. And this is why. Because the hand-picked general counsel, for those of you who say, well, they're not hand-picked, look at the first page of the Supreme Laws. You will see in that first page language that clearly says the bishop appoints men to the general council. And at his own leisure, he can remove men from the general council. So when you have the power to put in or take out someone on the general council, they're going to serve you. And that's why this is saying the hand-picked general counsel operates essentially as a shield, conducting secret backdoor meetings to protect the executive from any form of scrutiny or dissent. Not from outside, and this is what our members have not understood yet. They're not protecting him from outside because outside, they're not saying anything about what's going on inside. Outside does not know about what's going on inside. The members know what's going on inside. Therefore, there is an expressed need for the CEO to be defended, to have a fence built around him. And what this is saying is that's the job of the general counsel, to protect the executive from any form of scrutiny or dissent. Okay? So, because the general counsel's resolution giving the bishop powers over all the organization's property remains fully active, the leader claims the absolute right to trade, transfer, or sell any property at his sole discretion without answering to a single soul. Since members can no longer question their CEO or this sham general counsel through traditional channels, they must recognize that staying silent is no longer an option. AI. Staying silent is no longer an option. We don't have to get belligerent. We don't have to get mad. They want people to think that if you question that, it's because you're disgruntled. That's the number one go-to. They'll say, oh, they're disgruntled. It's just to get people to turn against them so they don't listen to them. But AI is saying everyone there needs to stop staying silent. AI just said it. It's no longer an option. It is absolutely necessary for the members to express their direct disagreement with those who hold unchecked power. There is an immediate critical urgency to act before the organization is brought to complete ruin. AI can see what our members don't see. AI is saying, what I'm looking at on my end, they are going to completely ruin that organization, and you're going to be at fault. AI says it. The membership must take every measure to work together. You can do this quietly and organized and without any anger, right? Of course, this is upsetting, but we don't have to be angry to do anything. Now, I know this might sound like some of y'all thinking, well, I'm trying to organize people. No, I'm not trying to organize people at all. At all. Don't think, just listen, and you'll understand where this is going. This is only to make everybody aware of what is happening right in front of our faces. The membership must take every measure to work together, organize independently, and meet collectively for the explicit purpose of voting these individuals completely out of the positions they hold. Removing this centralized authority is the only way to tear down the wall of secrecy, reestablish true oversight, and protect the organization's property from being permanently compromised. Now, again, I know exactly what this sounds like, but my purpose in doing this is to answer the questions that people keep asking over and over and over and over again so that we can hear from other than Lewis and from an authority that's pulling information all over the place in the on the internet, right? Now, when it comes to um, what the people know, there's not a whole lot that they know. So pay close attention again to where this goes. Um, Creating a shield uh, and Golden Boy, don't put the messages up right now. It's a bit of a distraction for me, and I'm going to go over to make sure we get through these slides. Um,
Solid.
Now, everybody, y'all, again, forgive me. I have not determined yet how much information to put on each slide, so it's really, really, really tiny on my screen. Um, but why would the CEO order the general counsel to install the new rule about the members no longer appealing to him if all of his decisions are within his legal powers? Why would the general councilman enforce such new rules against the members that are in their congregations and give them financial offerings? Even if an executive operates within the technical baseline legal powers, ordering ordering a rule to block all members' appeals is a deliberate tactical strategy. From an organizational control perspective, a CEO and a complicit general counsel would enforce these extreme restrictions against the very congregations providing the financial offerings for three specific reasons: creating a shield against legal discovery. Now, legal discovery is something that happens when you're preparing for a case. So, the CEO's biggest fear is not an internal member complaint at all. It is a secular court of law. In other words, the people can complain all day long. They don't care about a complaint. Why? Because the organization has been set up. You can complain all day long, but what does the law say? Don't go outside before you come in here and we can deal with it here. Now, when that happens, by implementing a rule that forbids questions and appeals, the CEO ensures that members cannot build an internal written paper trail of dissent. So if you can't go to him in an appeal case, if you can't call him about a decision from the council, if you can't do those things, then the bottom line is, well, there's no paper trail. I get to say, well, there's no problems. If I don't know about a problem, then there's no problem. Well, it's the same thing on the other side of the table where the people sit. And this is why it's rehearsed. Pay certain people no mind. Don't listen to this. Don't listen to that. Don't look at certain things, right? Why? You have the ability to choose to look at what you want, listen to what you want. Why is there such a problem with you listening to or looking at whatever you feel like? Because they're trying to cut off information from getting to you so that you don't know for yourself certain things. So, just like he can say in court, well, if I don't hear about a problem, how do I know that the members are having a problem? The members don't have a problem. Of course, they don't have a problem. They're okay with everything that's going on because I'm not getting any problems. There's no complaints. Well, the people, many times you all wonder, well, why is a family member or a friend, why they don't listen? Why do they ignore? Why they're not paying attention to what we're putting out? It's because they don't want to know about the problems. So everything I'm talking about, I'm not talking to people who don't want to know about problems. So when I'm sharing these things with you all, I'm trying to get across to you all to not worry about people who don't want to hear about the problems. We're not interested in people who don't want to know about problems. That's not the audience. Yes, there's a lot of people who don't want to hear this information. Guess what? None of that matters. It does not matter if there's a million people following him right now. We all need to understand that the numbers of individuals that don't want to hear this information does not matter. What does matter are the numbers of individuals who do want to hear this information. Those are the individuals who are saying, I need to know for myself what's going on. Because if I'm going to invest my time, my energy, my effort, and my money, then I need to know that what they're telling me is number one, true. And what they're saying is happening to the money that I'm giving in here, well, number two, that's true as well. So I need to pay attention so that I can know because they're not answering any of my questions. They're not saying anything about what all these individuals are talking about. I keep seeing that changes are being made. I keep hearing new rules and new laws, and we can't do this and we can't do that, and there's no more this anymore. Why all the changes? I have questions. I've been comfortable. I've been here my entire life. Why is it, Mr. Pastor, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Councilman, Mr. CEO? Why is it that we can't do these things anymore? Why all of a sudden you're trying to stop things or change narratives or you're speaking differently from before? We're not hearing the little g anymore. We're not hearing that blood is running through you anymore. We're not hearing I got the power in my hands anymore. We're not hearing people yelling out, come and buy your raffle tickets anymore. We're not hearing all of these different things that we used to hear. Change everywhere. Why is there so much security all over the place now? I can't ask one question, and I've been devoted, I've been dedicated, I've been loyal my entire life, And if I ask one question, all of a sudden I'm the enemy? No, I need to know for myself what's going on. So, all of you, don't worry any longer about those who don't want to hear it. It's a waste of your time to worry about anybody that does not want to hear information. Only concern yourself and your attention and your effort and your mind on those individuals who are wondering, listen, what's going on? Help me understand what's going on in here. Those are the ones who I'm talking to. Anybody that does not want to hear it, we can deal with them later when they choose to start hearing it after they see more and more and more changes. So until that happens, those individuals that's doing whatever, that's not my concern. Next week is Philadelphia. If Philadelphia is packed with 100 buses, guess what? I'm excited. Why? Because I know things that you all don't know. And we're trying to share more and more and more of those things with you so that you understand why we're excited. If you don't yet understand why we're excited, even though there's a parade in New York, then it's because you're not paying attention to everything we're trying to share with you. Every single thing taking place right now should be exciting. But this information is for those individuals who are having questions right now that you all are not hearing, coming to myself about what's going on. So instead of telling them to go and watch 600 videos, putting their questions here so that they can hear from AI, because I know that some people are going to be little skeptical hearing from Lewis. So, look, here's a few more questions. Let's uh, get to this. Why would the CEO order the general counsel to install the new rule about the members no longer appealing to him if all of his decisions are within his legal powers? Why would the general councilman enforce such new rules against the members? And going back down to the first bullet point, I think we just read that. Look at the second one. If a group of members later tries to bring a lawsuit for corporate waste, the church's legal team will attempt to use the lack of formal internal written appeals to argue to a judge that there's no documented proof of systemic internal disputes. And the members have historically consented to all transactions. What is that saying? When nobody is saying anything, they get to use that against you. If you say nothing about your disagreement to the things that they're saying or doing, if you say nothing about your questions as to why did the CEO just travel over here to this courthouse or the deeds and records room or the tax assessor's office so that he can change documentation that has to do with our organization that also changes the flow of money. Why is the CEO signing the properties over to himself? If you're not asking those questions, then in the eyes of the court of the land, obviously you're okay with it. This has nothing to do with Brother Lewis trying to get people to do anything. This is me trying to get you all to understand how the law looks at all of this. So when I tell people to speak up, you can politely and kindly speak up and let the pastor, the chairman know what's going on. agree with this, or even writing it in a letter, making a copy of it. Brother Pastor, I have something to give to you. It doesn't matter that they heard me say it. For anybody to be afraid that Brother Lewis said this on a video, and if I do that, they're going to know that I'm watching the video. You are literally playing into what people want you to do. They need you to be quiet, and AI is telling you why. Because without your voices being heard, without anybody coming up to say we don't agree with what's going on, people get to tell a court. Everybody's happy, everybody's fine. There's nothing at all in the form of a complaint that came to us. So how can we fix anything if the people are completely happy with what it is that we've been doing for the last 100 years? There's nothing at all anybody's bringing to me to fix. The council, did anybody come to y'all? No, no, sir. No, no, nobody came to us. Nobody. So how can we fix it? How can we fix a problem if there's no problem, Mr. or Mrs. Judge, Your Honor? There's no problems. Everybody's okay. Well, it looks like it because your Constitution says that they believe that you can't be judged by anybody on the planet. Nobody complained about it. I didn't say that. That was there before I got there. I didn't make that up. It's just a rule. And so now I'm here. Who am I to change it? Just like Jothi Jaffer said, the king of Zamunda, right? I can't change it. I'm just going by it. Well, in the eyes of the law, the people are okay with it because the people saying nothing about it. So when we're looking at these things, we have to understand we're explaining how they are going to see what's going on behind our closed doors. I don't have a hidden agenda. I'm not trying to convince or persuade anybody of anything or to do anything. I'm trying to get you all to understand how outside looks at what's going on inside. When you see here, cutting off the ability to appeal prevents members from gathering the very documentation needed to build an ironclad case. The people can't build anything. You can't even complain if there's no history of you making a complaint. You cannot complain if there's no history of you making a complaint. If a child goes to the principal's office to complain about the teacher doing something to them, the principal's first question is going to be, what do you mean? Did you talk to your teacher about that? Well, no, no, I need you to talk to them first. You have to open up and show by verbalizing, I don't agree. With that said, preventing regional mutiny and group contagion is another reason why they made this rule. I mean, think about this. Why would there not be a letter? Normally, there's a letter that goes out to the entire organization, right? My order is this, my order is that. We have not been getting any letters. Why do you think that is? People don't want to have a paper trail. So you're not hearing anything. And when in services or wherever else, you're not hearing anything. In a hierarchical organization, a single vocal complaint from one local parish, one congregation, can easily spread to other congregations. If a pastor or a group of members in South Carolina successfully appeals a decision regarding local property, it sets a precedent. Members in North Carolina, Washington, D.C., or Maryland would realize they have a voice and begin demanding financial accountability as well. If one person begins to sound the alarm, other people are going to start sounding the alarm. And this is why stay off of social media. We told you, get off of there. Why? People don't want you hearing about what they're doing outside of your knowledge. They certainly don't want you seeing the evidence of what they're doing outside of your knowledge. The CEO forces the general counsel to shut down the appeal process entirely to isolate congregations. If you cannot appeal to the top, your local disagreement remains trapped locally, preventing a unified multi state member uprising. If there's a problem inside of this congregation, and I'm saying, no, you cannot appeal anymore, well, that problem stays there. But if that member is allowed to come into the Supreme Court, where other members have traveled from wherever they are, and they're sitting in the Supreme Court, and they're listening to another case, and somebody comes up because they have an appeal, well, now they get to hear everything in that case. And what if this person is saying, I don't agree with my pastor and the things that he's saying? I don't agree with the chairman and the things that he's saying. Or I was asked to come to a meeting because I was online and I didn't know why I'm in this meeting. So I'm asking what I'm in this meeting for. Well, you was online and we told you not to go online. And so we're going to fine you $1,000. I heard that those people whose names were put into the microphone last year in some of the convocation stops, and they were told to come and see the council in the microphone in front of thousands of people during convocation. One of the houses was the Mother House in Charlotte. And the council fined them $1,000 apiece just because they were online. There was apparently a group of people that had something set up to where they're helping people online. And there might have been either 28 or 38 or somewhere around 30. Anyway, all of them were hit with a fine. And we talked about what we heard about it. Council brought them back and they reduced the fine to $100. Well, we're going to go there on here as well to see what AI has to say about it. But this type of activity prevents members from hearing about those cases. I'm traveling, so I'm sitting here in this court. I want to see what's going on. But if there's nobody in an appeal case coming before the bishop, then it looks like everything is happy. Everybody's happy. There's nothing around the organization. There's no problems nowhere. So we just get to sit here and watch them smile and there's nothing. How many times have you heard everybody must be all right then? There's no problems nowhere. Y'all know good and well. But here's the issue. Why the councilmen betray their own congregations? It seems counterintuitive for local councilmen to enforce rules that hurt the very people giving the financial offerings in their own pews. However, their behavior is driven by self-preservation and executive dependency. The carrot and the stick. Under Article 1, Section C of your supreme laws, these councilmen serve entirely at the pleasure of the bishop. They do not get their power, their titles, or their financial stipends from the congregation. They get them directly from the CEO. If a councilman hesitates to enforce a rule or tries to defend his local congregation, the bishop can instantly strip him of his office, his salary, and his standing. Now, the organization, we don't have salaries, but you all know as well as I do that this is why the council does what they do, because they know they'll be taken down. They know they'll be removed. They know that they'll be humiliated and embarrassed openly in front of all the people on the floor. So they cannot show the loyalty that they might have to the congregations. They must show, according to what this is saying, their loyalty to the man who put them in that seat, to the man who gave them that title, to the man who gave them the authority that they have over the people. So this is the carrot and stick. I'm going to dangle something in front of you. And if you want it, come and get it. Well, what's being dangled is the title of councilman, chairman, apostle, or for smaller men, pastor, or for others, elder. These are the ones who get threatened all the time. Now the bands are being threatened. Um, not bands are now being told, rather, if you don't pay tithes, you cannot play. Why the change all of a sudden? Is their money going down? We're going to touch on that too. The work dictates loyalty. The work, we know when we use that word work, we're talking about money. Because Section A explicitly defines their legal mandate as protecting the work, the money, and the leader, the councilmen have been structurally trained to view the congregation not as shadow holders with rights. I'm sorry, shareholders. My mind is on shadow director. Shadow director, everybody, is somebody who's in the back, behind the scenes, pulling all the strings, maneuvering everything. That's a shadow. They're operating in the shadows, but they're directing everything. A shadow director. That's where my mind is. And apparently, we have a shadow director manipulating things from the shadows. The councilmen have been structurally trained to view the congregation not as shareholders with rights, but strictly as a funding source. You're only looked upon to get the money. So when they see somebody, this is why, someone joins the organization, what they hear in their minds is cha-ching, right? That cash register, cha-ching. The first question is, well, what club would you like to work on? But that's the hook, because we all know if you're on a club, now the expectation is you're going to have to raise money. Um, they enforce the rules, the councilmen and pastors, even presidents, because their ultimate loyalty is to the hand that appointed them, not the hands filling the offering plates. The loyalty is not to you who's giving, the loyalty is to the one who has them in that seat, sitting where they're sitting. And as such, they continue to show their loyalty. The realty for the membership, the implementation of this restrictive rule is an undeniable admission of vulnerability from the top of the organization. A leadership team acting with complete transparency and in the true best interest of a nonprofit never needs to outlaw questions, ban communication, or block access to the executive office. They don't need to do that. Not somebody who's acting out of transparency, not someone who's doing things lawfully and honestly. This extreme crackdown proves that the current administrative structure cannot withstand honest scrutiny. The desperate actions of the CEO, backed by a compliant general counsel, reveal that their panic is real. AI, these tactics show that somebody's panicking. They recognize that a unified membership has the power to disrupt. A unified membership has the power to disrupt their absolute control. If the members, according to what this is saying, stood together, it's over. But by keeping the members divided, it keeps confusion within the ranks of the people, and they get to continue to stay where they are. And the show continues to go on. Remaining passive, the members, to remain passive is no longer an option, as staying silent only invites further restrictions Members must act with absolute urgency to organize collective independent efforts to combat these hostile changes. The congregation must move swiftly to unify, voice their direct opposition, and take every necessary measure to reclaim oversight before even more rules are initiated to permanently strip the people of their rights. And according to what's in our laws, it looks like we're already there. For those who disagree, my question is, what rights do the members in this organization have? If you cannot even appeal a ruling, if you cannot ask questions, if you cannot make suggestions, I mean, shoot, if you can't look at YouTube, TikTok, if you can't go online without being called a traitor or the enemy, then something is seriously wrong. And the only ones that can do something about it are the people. When it comes to the rights of the members, it appears that they've been stripped. And now, whatever it is that individuals at the top don't like, well, they'll just get up in the front and apparently over the last 2 years, put it in a microphone and yell it and intimidate and cause fear. This is why the members have been told, if you don't like what's going on, there's the door. The problem here is you're not in a position to tell the members to leave, go through the door, exit, stage left. The law does not give that right. No, seeing this information is not a problem for the members. In fact, wait a minute. One second. Give me one moment, people. Okay, I'm going to take a brief break. Give me maybe 20 minutes. We're going to stop here and I'm going to come back in 20 minutes. I don't know why, but my frames, my slides, they're out of order. So I'm going to take 20 minutes and rearrange them, and I'll be right back. I'll see you all. For those of you who can be here, I'll see you shortly. Okay. Um, so it didn't take me as long as I thought. Okay. So, uh, with this in mind, I apologize, everyone, and let me just check this. Okay. All right. So, oh, my question here was, and I wanted you all to see this um, so that you all would understand where I'm at in my mindset. I wanted to ask the question, is it a problem if any of the members look at this information, if the members see this? So you can see at the top of the frame, um, and I had to go back and check real quick because I had a actual page where the question was at the top, but apparently it's been cut off. Anyway, I wanted to make sure that these slides are not out of place. But the question was, is it a problem? Does it present a problem uh, for members if they see this? And the question being answered saying, no, seeing this information is not a problem for the members. In fact, it is exactly what they need to see. At times, I'm not comfortable presenting some information because I'm not trying to upset people. I'm not trying to stress people. I am not trying to cause problems for people. I'm simply trying to inform people of the very things that are happening that's causing us hurt. The biggest problem that we don't realize is that some of us are being caused hurt in many ways that we ourselves don't understand. So, to prevent hurt from taking place by the things that we don't know is going on, the best way to prevent that hurt is by finding out what's going on. So, this is why I asked this question. And I wanted you all to see the answer. Seeing this information is not a problem for the members. In fact, it is exactly what they need to see. For a congregation that's been told for decades that one man has absolute authority, reviewing these objective facts is a crucial turning point. Sharing this structure with them does not harm them. Instead, it protects them by exposing the hidden mechanisms used to control the organization. I have a problem sharing this information because I know many people are saying, Lewis is just doing this because, or people don't need to hear that. What they don't know won't hurt them. All types of things people are saying. So I want my conscience to be clear. I want to do what's beneficial. I want to do what's helping individuals. I want to do what's necessary to help the organization that I've been in for the bulk of my entire life, with the exception of 9 years. So I don't want to cause issues that's going to put things on your mind and in your heart that's going to cause sadness or have you crying or mad or angry or arguing with one another. So this was a comfort to me to hear that it's necessary for the members to hear this information. It's needful for the members to hear this information because it protects the people by exposing, as you see here, the hidden mechanisms used to control the organization. And this is what we're talking about. Here's why showing these breakdowns to the members is beneficial, along with the potential reactions you should prepare for. It validates their concerns with facts. This stuff is not being made up. Many members likely already feel that something is wrong due to the secrecy and the sudden new rules, but they may lack the words or evidence to explain why. Showing them the connection between the General Council's resolution, giving the bishop powers over all the organization's property, the $1 mansion transfer, and the ghost board setup removes the emotion from the argument. It replaces rumors with undeniable corporate realities. Now, some of you have questions that we'll get to a little bit later, and some of it I can't answer as of yet. But let's continue. It destroys the illusion of absolute immunity. The leadership relies on the impression that they are completely above the law and answerable to no one, showing the members how these actions violate standard fiduciary duties and explaining the sole trustee title is still bound by state corporate statutes. Now, as we continue, it destroys this illusion of absolute immunity. We've been under the impression for many, 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 many years that whoever's at the top, they're immune from anything, right? No matter what it is. But this sharing with you what's going on to bring you awareness, to bring you knowledge, to bring to your attention, it destroys that absolute immunity because these people are not immune to the penalties of law. We should already know that because we have in our law books, the Are You Aware, especially the Are You Aware, all types of things written in there saying that we can't do this, we can't do that, because if we do, we might lose our tax exemption. All those things should make our members aware. Well, obviously, people don't have immunity. What's being said is if this happens, we can receive and will receive a penalty. So it destroys the absolute immunity of people in certain positions. It shatters that illusion. It helps the members realize that they are not powerless and that a unified congregation holds immense leverage. It creates a shared sense of urgency, explaining the concept of financial blindness and how it leaves local sanctuaries vulnerable to sudden executive mismanagement helps members understand that their physical church buildings are at immediate risk. We're not making this up. To show you what I showed you yesterday is just the tip of the iceberg. I can't even begin to go into how many transactions there are. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Explaining the concept of financial blindness is what it is that I'm trying to talk about to make sure that the members understand we no longer need to be blind to these things taking place behind our back. This realization shifts the conversation from a minor disagreement over rules and to an urgent mission to protect the properties they funded through their financial contributions. We're talking about buildings that were built by the money that was contributed by the members of the organization. Now, what we hear all the time is thank you for your works, for helping me to build our Father's kingdom, only to find that individuals are going into places and signing documentation to sign those buildings over to themselves for $10. If we are calling what the people are contributing in here sacrifices, which we know according to the scripture that's not a sacrifice, but if that's the terminology that they continue to use, then where's the respect towards the sacrifices being made for the people when money is just fallen out of the cracks to be spent on taxes unnecessarily or penalties unnecessarily or properties all over the place unnecessarily when the mission of the organization is not to buy apartment buildings, it's not to buy condominium buildings, it's not to buy shopping centers and plazas. It's certainly not here the mission for a handful of individuals to sign documents to turn it over to them. Explain why a CEO would want to do this and pay $10 to do so if it wasn't necessary at all, and give full details and how it affects the members of the organization of which he's supposed to serve. This specific transaction is called an intra-entity deed transfer. And while it costs $10 on paper, a standard nominal legal placeholder used to make a contract valid, its real world purpose is about total control and the elimination of oversight. So why is it that we have anyone in our organization why is it that we have anyone in our organization that has the ability to do what's being done with the assistance of the general counsel? And we're going to answer that too coming up. While CEO wants to do this, the ultimate purpose, the property was already safely owned by the church corporation. Moving it into a sole trustee structure serves two major executive goals: to strip power from the board of directors when when a property is held strictly in a corporation's name. Third parties like commercial banks, title insurance companies, and buyers will usually demand to see corporate resolutions, bylaws, and the signature of multiple board members before allowing a sale or a mortgage loan by transferring the deed to himself as trustee and his successors. The CEO effectively fires the board on fires the board from having any say over that land. To grant himself unchecked signature authority is another reason why this is being done. Now that his personal name is on the deed as trustee, his signature alone is the only thing required to sell, lease, trade, or mortgage that real estate. He no longer needs anyone's permission, a vote, or corporate meetings to execute massive financial deals with the organization's property. Now, that is the biggest issue that we have, because the question is, who's going to stop this individual from doing anything, anytime, anywhere with any amount of the funds from the organization? And when you hear members saying, oh, I don't care about that, he should be able to do that, somebody's got to do it, that means they have absolutely no knowledge of anything about how a corporation is run. They certainly have no knowledge about business matters. Anytime you have a group of people handing over property of value and a whole lot of it, and one person gets to decide and determine what's going to happen anytime without anybody's consent, without anybody knowing any amount, that's not very good business at all. In fact, this is how people have gone out of business and did not know anything about it until it's too late. For those of you who are aware, This is why I showed on one of the videos a clip of Rocky, how he had been completely cleaned out by someone in his corner who took him for everything he had without his knowledge, just by signing and filing paperwork. How does this affect the members? Nonprofit executives are legally supposed to act as fiduciaries who protect the community's assets. The House of Prayers assets are supposed to be protected by them. This transfer directly works against that duty and leaves the membership at a profound loss in three specific ways: total vulnerability to secret selling, because the CEO now holds absolute title control. He can quietly sell off local church buildings or land parcels without notifying a single member. The congregation who fully funded these properties through their ongoing financial contributions could arrive on a Sunday to find their sanctuary has been sold to a commercial developer with no internal right to stop it. Remember, y'all heard not too long ago, Golden Boy and Miss Mintz talk about Charlotte number 2 being up for sale. Who in the world knew it? None of us knew that. But that was an example of what we're looking at. How a for sale sign can be put on one of our properties and no one know anything. A better question is, if the property had sold, what would the people have been told, and where would the money have went? That is a perfect example of why we need to know what's going on. That's an example as to why Mr. Government says y'all need to know what's going on. That's why his wife, Mrs. Government, says y'all need to know what's going on. Now, high exposure to executive misconduct. If the CEO makes a catastrophic financial mistake, enters into a bad business deal, or faces a massive tax or legal penalty, these properties are directly exposed because they're controlled under his centralized trustee title. Outside creditors can target and liquidate the local church properties to satisfy those debts, destroying the community's hard-earned spaces. Just like that. Now, remind you, we showed you last night tax documents that had debt. Again, the Washington Apartments, $882,000 right now is owed in taxes. $882,000 is owed in taxes. Now, was that a good business decision? Was that a good buy for $26 million to be going just like that? It's not doing anything for the organization. Right now, it's been draining the organization since May 2025. This is 1 year later. Not even over a year. And we owe $820 or $32,000. A pastor would have been fined, dismissed. Who in the world knows what would have happened if a pastor had made a decision that cost the organization $882,000? Let's get back. Complete disenfranchisement. This transfer creates total financial blindness. It signals to the members that they are viewed strictly as a source of revenue, while being completely locked out of the governance, the ownership, and protection of the very institutions that the people sacrifice to maintain. They're not sacrificing anything. They're not giving up anything. This is all the people's doing. Here, why would they do any of this if they have no intention of doing anything illegal or for self gain? And why would he do this immediately after signing his? I'm going to pull this up on my iPad so I can see it better. Because right now, this is not working. Okay. Why would they do this if they have no intention of doing anything illegal or for self gain? And why would he do this immediately after securing his seat in the office of bishop or CEO? Would this also be illegal if there were other transactions or documents showing that he is a self proclaimed CFO, Chief Financial Officer, and that he signed documents making himself and a personal friend the beneficial owners of the organization? Or is there no cause for the members to be alarmed and concerned? What should the members do in the event that these transactions and dealings took place by their CEO without their knowledge or consent? And it says here, even if a leader has no intention of doing anything illegal or for self-gain, they would execute this transfer immediately upon taking office to centralize administrative efficiency and prevent local internal legal gridlock. In hierarchical church networks, new leaders often consolidate property under a sole trustee model right away so that local factions or regional boards cannot block national expansion plans, mortgage applications, or property developments. To the leadership, this is seen as cutting through corporate red tape to protect the global visions and rights or powers of the office. However, when combined with hidden filings, naming a personal friend as a beneficial owner, this behavior ceases to be standard administration and creates an immediate, severe cause for alarm and concern among the members. Immediate, severe cause for alarm. The legal analysis of these combined actions and the exact steps the membership must take to respond are outlined below. And before we do that, I just read in here would this also be illegal if there are other transactions or documents showing that he is a self-proclaimed CFO, a chief financial officer? Now, I meant to put that next on this page. I have a document where Mr. Cunningham not only named himself the chief executive officer on the document, but he also named himself the chief financial officer. That's two executive positions that he's given himself the title of, that every other corporation has two different people serving in. We're going to see why this is a problem. A chief financial officer and the chief executive officer. Is this illegal? The corporate transparency trap. Operating as the self-proclaimed CEO and chief financial officer while executing deeds to yourself is not automatically a crime on its own. However, it becomes illegal civil self dealing and corporate waste if those powers are used to bypass the organization's explicit fiduciary duties. The most explosive element is the beneficial ownership information, listing a personal friend as a beneficial owner. Under the Federal Corporate Transparency Act, listing a non employee private personal friend as an individual with substantial control over a tax exempt nonprofit's global assets is a massive corporate violation. Now, What's that one word that everybody hears over and over and over and over again when reading auxiliary bylaws, supreme laws, and the are you aware? If you don't do this, it will be a violation. If you don't do that, it's going to constitute a violation. If you don't do over here, it's going to be a violation, 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 violation. But what we're seeing is that many of these individuals have been violating all kinds of laws for all of these years without the knowledge of the members because it's being done behind our backs. Here, nonprofits are legally prohibited from allowing private individuals to wield proprietary control or receive private annulment from charitable assets. Manufacturing a secret backdoor power sharing agreement with a friend undermines the organization's legal statutes. I'm sorry. I'm going to read from here again. Manufacturing a secret backdoor power sharing agreement with a friend undermines the organization's legal status and renders the underlying property resolutions highly vulnerable to being declared fraudulent and void by a court. That general counsel's resolution easily can be concluded with being fraudulent and void by a court. Why the members must be deeply alarmed. The secret succession threat. The secret succession. By naming a personal friend, Mr. Rodriguez Murray is the other beneficial owner of the entire organization, Mr. Rodriguez Murray. By naming a personal friend as a beneficial owner on government compliance documents, the CEO has quietly established a shadow governance structure. So we said before, what we're looking at is oddly similar to a shadow government, meaning you have a complete governmental body over here operating that no one knows anything about because they're doing everything from the shadows. Everything from the shadows. If the CEO becomes incapacitated, control of the organization's multi-million dollar real estate empire could pass to this private friend rather than a leader chosen by the ministers or the General Assembly. If anything happens to Mr. Cunningham, every single thing here could, not will be, could be passed over to Mr. Rodriguez Murray. everything in here. Now it's a problem already because we showed you the portfolio of Mr. Cunningham. And this is already a problem because his portfolio says he owns 526 properties, says he's worth $529 million. Now, again, we know that that number is off. However, when you look at the portfolio of the organization online, now we know the number's off, but the numbers match because the exact same numbers on the portfolio for the organization that shows the organization owns 526 properties is the exact same information on his portfolio. The dollar amount, 529 million plus, is the exact same dollar amount in his portfolio. So we can already see that there's some shadow work going on. And we can already see that control of the entire organization's properties and assets are already in the hands of one person. Now, mind you, y'all might say, but wait a minute, it's supposed to be that way because he's the trustee anyway. Now, and we're gonna go there in a moment. But we've already established the fact that the property does not have to be transferred over to his name. The one-man risk vector, because the CEO has consolidated the offices of bishop, trustee, and CFO into his single pen, there's a total erasing and erasure of internal controls. There are no more internal controls because now the assistant CEO, the assistant general assembly secretary, is in place. And if anything happened to the CEO, it slides right over there to him. And according to what this is saying, the entire network of local sanctuaries can be wiped out instantly without anyone ever knowing a meeting ever took place. Deception of public authorities, presenting a general counsel to the public as a valid board of directors while secretly filing federal documents that vest substantial control in a private friend means the leadership is actively operating a shell system, risking the total revocation of the organization's 501c3 tax exempt status. Now, all the things they're putting in the "are you aware" about the tax exemption, we need to understand that this is being done and it's deceiving not the people because the people don't even know about it. The ones who do know about it are the municipalities, the governmental bodies. And so this is designed, apparently, to deceive them. And so the general counsel has something in place to help the con succeed, is what this just said. Now, why would the CEO sign this document as the grantor, selling it to himself as the grantee? What does this show? And is this also cause of concern due to the appearance that he's personally helping himself to the assets of the organization? To an outside observer or a secular court, a CEO signing a deed as both the grantor, the giver, and the grantee, the receiver, this is the ultimate corporate red flag. This in itself is the ultimate corporate red flag. It is the literal definition of a self-signed transaction. Why the CEO signs as both grantor and grantee? The CEO executes this specific double signature transaction to force a shift in how the property is controlled. Because the land was previously held in the general corporate name, the CEO used his executive title to sign as the grantor on behalf of the corporation, effectively saying, as CEO, I authorize the church to give this land away. As grantor, he just said, I'm authorizing the house of prayer as the trustee to give land away. And not only am I going to give it away, but I'm also going to give it to myself. And we know that because we just saw the deed that says he paid $10. Now, as such, while he's doing that, I know y'all can't see me for a moment. I'm just making sure that I continue while fixing the lighting. As the grantor, he did that. So, in his mind, it would be legal. That's what it looks like on paper. And the fact that he's the CEO says to anybody looking at this document, it says that he has the absolute right to do what he did. And the general counsel, they themselves said, well, we're going to give him that right. And that's what the resolution provides. So the CEO executing that deed, signing as both, says, I'm authorizing the church to give this to me. He then simultaneously signed the same paper as the grantee, the deed, accepting the land into his own hands under the sole trustee designation. The operational goal is to physically move the property, the asset, out of a structure that requires board oversight and into a specialized holding method where his signature alone dictates the future of this property. So as trustee, I'm going to take $10 and I'm going to, as a grantor, I'm going to receive $10. That's what we saw on the deed yesterday. $10 was considered by the organization which I represent. So I'm going to consider a sale of $10 for me to receive from me this property. That's what we saw on the deed. Now, this question is, why would he do it? Now, the purpose is to take the property out of a position underneath the organization. On paper, the property underneath of the organization, I need permission from a board of trustees or board of directors. This organization has oversight. They got their eyes on me. I can't do with it what I want. But if I can move it from underneath the organization's eyes, and put it over here. Now I don't need anybody's permission. I don't need anybody's prying eyes. I don't need anybody looking over my shoulder. I can do with this property whatever it is that I choose, whatever it is I feel like doing. And I can do it with one stroke of my pen. Now, what this transaction shows and why it is a grave cause for concern. This transaction provides clear evidence of the absolute elimination of corporate checks and balances. This was done to make sure that I don't have to answer to nobody when it comes to whatever I feel like doing with this property or any other property that I did the same thing with. I don't have to answer to nobody. As sole trustee, I can do whatever I want. In a standard, healthy nonprofit organization, an executive is legally barred from standing on both sides of a real estate transaction because it represents an I'm gonna go back to my iPad. It represents an irreconcilable conflict of interest. The specific action should deeply alarm the membership for several reasons. The clear appearance of self-dealing. It's clear. There's no debating whether or not he's benefiting from that transaction. It's obvious, cut and dry. By holding a transaction where he himself is both the seller and the buyer, the CEO creates the distinct appearance that he's personally helping himself to the organization's assets, its properties, its money, it's anything, it's everything. I want it, I got it, I got it, it's mine. And now I can rightfully say, my houses, my buses, my whatever, until it's so much so that now the bands are his and the choirs are his and the marching bands are his. The members are his. Are you taking care of my members? Legally, these things are questionable and should not be. This transaction, even if the deed includes the word trustee, stripping the general corporation of its direct title ownership and placing it under an individual's control, bypasses the fiduciary duty of loyalty. You cannot say any longer that I'm loyal to the members, the organization, or the mission, because you've just carried out a transaction that says you're in it for you, according to what this is saying. Manufacturing artificial authority. This double-signed document is often used to deceive outside entities. That double-sided document, because it looks like there's two people entering the one transaction, when in reality, there's only one person. When the CEO goes to a commercial bank to get a loan or to a private buyer to sell the land, he does not want to show a complicated corporate charter that requires board votes. He wants to be able to show a clean, simple deed that has his name listed as the owner, period. This transaction allows him to manufacture that absolute authority using the organization's own land. I got this, I got that, I got, and look, my name. But the paper is fraudulent, according to what this is saying. Now, when you look at the next slide, the erasure of the board's voice to eliminate the board's voice, like the members of the organization, their voices has been eliminated. There is no more voice coming from the people. There is no opportunity. There's no platform. There's nothing set up for the members to be able to speak at any time and have their voices or concerns heard. Nothing. It proves that the ghost board or general counsel, why are they called a ghost board? Because as a board of directors conducting business, they're also doing so in the same form as what we would call a ghost, meaning they're invisible. You can't see them. Yet they're getting all this business done as a board. And that's exactly the intent behind it. A ghost board, you don't want them to be seen. You don't want nobody to know that they even exist. And our members knew never that we ever had a board of directors, other than what we see concerning the McCullough Scholarship College Fund. Um, Now, a legitimate board of directors would refuse to allow a CEO to sign away corporate holdings to his own trustee title. If the general counsel was real, if the general counsel was doing what they're supposed to do, if they were serving in their legally compliant role given to them to oversee according to what's in black and white. Their job is to oversee the actions of the bishop. If that was the case, then they would be doing everything they could to prevent this. And if they found this, then they would be doing everything they could to investigate this. And if they investigated and found that he was guilty, then they'd be doing everything they could. But AI is saying they're never going to do that. And why? Because AI is saying that they're illegitimate. That second sentence, a legitimate board of directors would refuse to allow a CEO to sign away corporate holdings to his own trustee title. The existence of this deed is physical proof to a court of law that the internal oversight system is entirely broken. Entirely broken. A leader who has nothing to hide does not need to sign deeds to himself. A leader who has nothing to hide does not need to sign deeds to himself. This paper trail proves that the centralized power structure is actively being used to isolate the church's real estate from the very people who funded it through the financial contributions. This paper trail proves that the centralized power structure is actively being used to isolate the church's real estate from the very people who funded it through their financial contributions. This document is not a routine administrative update. It's not an update at all. It's an aggressive consolidation of asset control that provides our group with the exact evidence needed to challenge this authority in the court of law if we wanted to go to court. I'm telling you all, this is exactly what the people need to understand is going on. And if you don't understand that this is going on, then this is why we need your attention. Now, is it possible for someone acting as a grantor that does not own property to quit claim that property to another person acting as the grantee, who is unmentioned on the deed, but the grantor actually named the organization that the unmentioned person is the CEO of, without the true owner knowing and filling the paperwork within the local municipality's filings? Now, what this is asking is it possible for somebody who does not own this property to come forward with a piece of paper and say, I want to grant, as the grantor, this property for $10 to that organization, and then write out certain things, turn it into the clerk, and they file it? This question is asking, is that possible? And is it legal to accept a property that was quit claimed to a nonprofit organization, and then a few days later, the same organization's CEO, acting as a sole trustee, quit claimed the same property from the organization by signing the deed as the grantor to sell it to himself for $10 and sign it as the sole trustee of the same organization that he's the CEO of? Is this right? Can a person who doesn't own a property quit claim it to an organization without the true owner's knowledge? The answer is yes. Yes. It is physically possible for someone to do this. And it happens frequently in county land registries. This is because county records and registries of deeds are strictly administrative offices, not investigative agencies. Administrative means we're going to file it and that's it. We're not going to investigate it. We're not going to have you prove it. We don't need to verify, confirm anything. All we're going to do is file it. When a deed is brought to the county clerk, the clerk only checks for basic formatting rules. When a deed is brought to the county clerk, the clerk only checks for these rules. Is there a legal description of the property? Is it signed? Is it notarized? And were the recording fees paid? That's all they're going to ask. If those administrative check boxes are met, the county will record the deed. If the grantor has absolutely zero legal rights or ownership over the land. What it does legally. Now, this is what we touched on last night, but did not have the time to go too much into detail. What it does legally, the wild deed. In real estate law, a deed executed by a grantor who does not actually hold valid title to the land, that deed is called a wild deed. It's wild. It conveys, it sells absolutely nothing. It exchanges, it moves. A quit claim deed only transfers whatever interest the grantor currently has. If the grantor owns 0% of the property, they're transferring exactly 0% to the organization. And this is how we have gotten quite a few things done. Um, while we ourselves um, do what's necessary to get those things done. And by that, what I mean is if you don't move your car, the car won't be moved. If I don't have what's necessary, the key to put into the ignition and move it, it's not supposed to go nowhere. Somebody that does not own land cannot take a piece of paper and sell it or grant it to anyone. The paper can get filed, but nothing's going to happen to the land. The land's ownership does not change. It conveys absolutely nothing. The true owner does not lose their property just because someone filed a fake or unauthorized piece of paper. Wait a minute, Brother Lewis, where are you going with this? Because you're giving the impression that something's wrong with that deed that you showed last night. Well, yeah, and you're going to find out. The danger, the title cloud, even though the true owner still legally owns the land, the true owner, the fact that this wild deed is now stamped and filed in the county registry creates a massive cloud on the title. If the true owner later tries to sell the land or get a bank mortgage, a little insurance company will flag the fraudulent deed and freeze the transaction until the true owner goes to court to clear it. So it doesn't really transfer anything, but it looks like it, and you may even feel like it. Why? Because we don't pick property up to put in our pocket. You're just going to feel like a new owner. And with that said, is it legal for a CEO to accept that property and then immediately quit claim it to himself as a sole trustee for $10? That's exactly what we saw on last night. Short answer, no, that's not legal. This is highly unlawful and constitutes a systemic corporate and real estate fraud. We have an individual who, for whatever reason, loves to get up and make sure that the things that's going on are not going to be discovered. And believe it or not, we have individuals that actually has those types of jobs. And I said that to say this, that's exactly what the general counsel does. They work hard to keep the hidden things hidden. Look at this. When you chain these two transactions together, accepting a piece of property via a wild deed and then immediately executing a second deed to move that property into a personal sole trustee title, the CEO is engaging in a multi-layered asset manipulation scheme. Now, here you're looking at paperwork that's obviously saying individuals engaging in this type of activity is doing wrong. Here's why this sequence is legally invalid and highly alarming. It is a title laundering attempt. It is an attempt to launder a title. See, people don't understand there's many types of ways of laundering. And this is real estate laundering, title laundering. If the organization, was given property by someone who did not actually own it, the organization holds a complete invalid, fraudulent asset. I know people are really checking uh, all types of things now to find out whether or not they themselves lost any type of property from being in the organization for so long, especially after seeing the things that we had seen and experiencing the things that we'd experienced. When you're looking at laundering, most people think about money, but this is laundering a title. If the organization was given property by someone who didn't own it, it's a fraudulent asset. By immediately writing a second deed from the corporation to himself as sole trustee for $10, the CEO is attempting to launder the chain of title. He's trying to wash away the original unauthorized grantor's name and replace it with an official looking corporate transfer document to make it look like the church officially chose to give him the land. So instead of me as the trustee giving myself the land that belongs to the organization, it looks like, because I'm not the one who gave it on paper, it looks like I'm the one who received it from somebody. Now, how are we going to know who it was if there's no documentation for that paper? Right. So here is a very to try to wash away the original unauthorized grantor's name and replace it with an official looking corporate transfer uh, document to make it look like the church officially chose to give him the land is saying, I have an interest in this and I want it, and I'm going to make sure that the paperwork reflects that it was given to me. It was given to me. But the question is, well, who gave it to you? Well, they don't want to say they gave it to themselves. Um, but the honest truth is, well, they did. The trustee gave it to himself as the trustee. It violates federal and state anti-self-dealing statutes. Even if the original property transfer had been valid, a nonprofit executive standing on both sides of a transaction, signing as the grantor, giving the land away on behalf of the charity, and the grantee accepting it as an individual sole trustee for a nominal fee of $10 is a textbook example of illegal private enormous and corporate waste. Illegal private enormous and corporate waste. Under Internal Revenue Code and DC Code, a nonprofit leader is strictly prohibited from using the corporate entity to bypass oversight and concentrate real estate control into an individual title, especially for $10. It deceives municipalities and tax authorities. It deceives them. By recording these rapid back-to-back deeds within the local municipalities' filings, The CEO is creating a fraudulent public record. They are presenting a false narrative to local property tax assessors and zoning boards to give the impression that the sole trustee holds clear, undisputed, corporate backed title to the land, when in reality, the entire chain is built on a foundational lie. It's a lie. The original grantor, who owned nothing. Watch this. What does this mean for the CEO, who also carries the title of bishop of the organization and gave himself the title of CFO when he handpicked the Constitutional Review Committee to make recommendations to use the General Assembly Secretary to push those same recommendations disguised as proposals for the members of the General Assembly to vote on, while simultaneously being ignorant of the fact that these recommendations are actual changes previously made to the Constitution and pre-printed prior to the Assembly, even voting to pass them to make them appear lawful in the eyes of the people and the public. Does these types of business transactions show personal benefits to the CEO, who appears to be using the properties of the organization as his own by selling them to himself as the sole trustee? Now, I know that was a lot, but listen to this. This multi-layered process proves that the organization is operating under a completely fraudulent corporate compliance system. When a CEO slash bishop manufactures a hand-picked committee to pass pre-printed constitutional changes under the guise of proposals, they're engaging in a corporate deception tactic known as laundering corporate consent. The legal consequences of this rigged constitutional process, how it establishes personal benefit for the CEO under the law, and why this shatters his defenses, are outlined below. Now, in understanding this, all kinds of property can seep through the cracks of any and all of these business dealings. We have no clue where it's going. And as a result, we've been left in the blind while things like this is being carried out. In nonprofit corporate law, constitutional amendments must follow a strict, genuine process of disclosure, debate, and a valid vote by the governing body. Printing the changes before the General Assembly even gathers to vote proves that the entire democratic process was a manufactured illusion. Now, some of y'all may think that y'all heard this already, but there's a reason why I'm covering this and sharing a little bit more insight about this process and how it works hand in hand with what the General Counsel is doing. The deception of the public and regulators by disguising pre-printed amendments as member voted proposals and by disguising pre-printed amendments as member voted proposals, the CEO is deliberately generating a false corporate record. This is done so that when outside banks, title companies, and state judges looks at the books, It appears on paper that the members willingly voted to give up their rights, when in reality, the vote was a completely staged event. And again, we talked about this over and over and over again, but the members of the organization is not aware how this paperwork is being used outside. The secretary's job is to push this stuff through so that the people vote on things that they know nothing about. Now, watch how all of this comes together. By disguising pre printed amendments as member voted proposals, the CEO is deliberately generating a false corporate record. Now, the secretary's role in corporate fraud, utilizing the General Assembly secretary, who's already a compromised insider by being on the general counsel, by using the secretary, uh, who's an insider and the co-beneficial owner, Mr. Rodriguez Murray. I need to keep throwing his name in there. He's now the assistant secretary. And what y'all saw in the paper last night on the deed was Mr. Price's signature. And at the time, he was the assistant General Assembly secretary. But yet, look at what he was capable of. Even the assistant secretary can go and sign documents on behalf of the bishop. And apparently, just like that document was accepted years ago by the state, as soon as it is discovered, well, then we have another problem. The General Assembly's job, look at that second part, the secretary's role, is to push these pre-printed documents, constitutes fraudulent misrepresentation. The secretary is legally exposing himself to personal liability by certifying a vote that he knew was prearranged and unconstitutionally executed. Now, that one I talk about because this one has something to do with the CEO directly, because they're using the General Assembly by using the General Assembly secretary. So the law does not know that the collective body never even agreed. All the law knows is we have a document that no one has complained about. Now, it's necessary for us to understand that so that we can understand this. What if the same property that the current CEO quit deeded to himself was already owned by the organization prior to the grantor previously granting the property to the organization during the wild deed transaction? What if the grantor used to quit claim the property to the organization, which records indicate was already owned by the organization, was actually working quietly with the CEO previous to these wild deeds being filed? What if the person who filed that first deed was working hand in hand with the bishop when he filed that deed? This new layer of evidence transforms the situation from a series of highly irregular corporate transactions into a coordinated conspiracy to commit real estate fraud and cloud title. If the organization already owned the property cleanly, there was absolutely no legitimate business or real estate reason to file a new file. You don't have to go out and file another one. Now, let me go back to that second paragraph. If the organization already owned the property cleanly, there was absolutely no legitimate business or real estate reason to file a new wild deed from an outside person, let alone a second deed immediately transferring it to the CEO for $10. The fact that the outside grantor, the first one, was quietly working with the CEO before filing these papers reveals a deliberate manufactured scheme. This information impacts all four entities involved in specific critical ways under the law. By doing that, when he deeded it to the house of prayer, the first time it was done, what you saw was two individuals involved, but on paper it looked like three. The person who filed it was the grantor, but if y'all recall, they claimed that they're granting it to a person who's not on that signature line. They claimed it to the organization, but the person who's receiving it did not want it to be known that he's receiving it. The person who's receiving it says, don't put my name anywhere on it. And the reason why that's necessary is so that people will understand, looking at this from any and all angles, that there's something wrong about this transaction. The fact that the outside grantor was quietly working with the CEO before filing these papers, it shows that it's deliberate. Now, how it affects the property and the true ownership, the title is deliberately laundered. In real estate law, if a corporation already owns a property, a deed from an outsider who does not own it transfers absolutely nothing. However, by having his secret partner file this wild deed and then immediately signing a second deed from the corporation to himself as sole trustee, the CEO is attempting to launder the chain of title. Now, where is this coming from? The deed that was shown last night, it was granted by someone that you all probably already know. It's a member of the organization. So since this is a member of the organization, we know that this must have been a job between that person and the CEO, which is why on that blank space, we saw no name. And we're going to look at a document to show you something, and we're going to go back to that deed as well, coming up in the next one. But in this one, where it says manufacturing a false history, he's creating a fraudulent paper trail to mask the fact that he's stripping the land away from the general corporation. The land was taken to an outside bank, an auditor, or a tile company title company looking at the recent county records, it looks like a new piece of land was donated to the church by an outsider and then placed into a standard trustee title. Nothing wrong with that. But that transaction is not a valid transaction because one, the property was already owned. Two, it should have never went into the trustee title. By doing that, it hides the reality that the church's existing clean corporate asset was just hijacked from within. AI said it. Property was just hijacked from inside the organization without anybody knowing. How was that done? How can property be hijacked? Does that not include stealing something or taking something that does not belong to you? Well, yes. And what we're showing you is it is very much possible for me to find my home is stolen. And I did not know. What do you mean you didn't know? And how does somebody steal your house? You can't steal a house. Sure, you can. How do you steal a house? You go downtown and you do the exact same thing that was done with this property. And when you do that, it transfers ownership of this property to someone else. You can be living in it, sleeping in it, eating in it, raising a family in it. And while you're there, somebody way over here, they own this house. And there's nothing that anybody could have done to find out for the most part, because people do this all the time. But by doing that, it was actually hijacked again from within. How it affects the organization and the members. High exposure to corporate waste and loss of 501c3 status. It affects us because it's putting the organization at risk. And it does more. The organization's corporate shell, the corporation, is being weaponized to execute private real estate maneuvers. Nonprofit assets must be irrevocably dedicated to charitable purposes. Now, when you see using the church's name as a temporary middleman to launder an existing corporate asset into an individual sole trustee title without legitimate corporate purpose, this is a massive violation of federal tax laws. A massive violation of federal tax laws. The severe financial vulnerability, this high exposure to corporate waste is what we had talked about a moment ago. Well, look at this vulnerability. The members who funded this property through their ongoing financial contributions, the members are placed at a devastating disadvantage. When this was done, the members are the ones being hurt. Because the CEO uses fraudulent chain of deeds to place the land under his individual trustee signature, he can now quietly mortgage, lease, or sell a property that the church already owned free and clear, completely hiding the transaction and any pocketed proceeds from the congregation without them even knowing. And this is what Golden Boy and Miss Mintz was talking about happening to Charlotte number 2. Now, mind you, Is there some work that needs to be done? Yes, yes. Was there more work that needed to be done more than anything else um, regarding the entire organization? Well, the answer is yes. But out of all the work that needed to be done, none of it's getting done. I won't say none. Very, very little appears to be getting done. But yet there's transactions being made to take and pull the property over here. Now, look at number 3, how it affects the outside grantor. Civil liability for slander of title. By knowingly signing a deed to a property they did not own, this individual has committed a severe civil tort called slander of title. They have intentionally filed a false instrument in a government registry to disrupt a clean, legal title. Now, exposure to criminal fraud charges. In most states, including South Carolina, knowingly presenting or filing a falsified, fraudulent, or unauthorized deed with the county clerk is a felony, such as filing a false public record or a conspiracy to commit fraud. Because this person worked quietly with the CEO beforehand, they are legally considered a co-conspirator. A co-conspirator. Now, look at how this affects the CEO. Evidence of scienter, meaning intentional fraud. In court, a corrupt leader will always try to claim they just made an innocent administrative mistake. However, proving that the CEO secretly colluded with an outside partner to manufacture a fake deed for a property the church already owned completely destroys that defense. It provides ironclad proof of scienter, meaning he acted with deliberate, premeditated, and fraudulent intent to deceive. Now, for those of you who don't understand, let me let you see what I'm talking about. I was wondering about the name. When I read that deed, I understood that name, it stood out. And I was wondering about this name. And so I thought about it and said, wait a minute, the name sounds familiar. I don't know everybody in the organization, but that name stood out. And here, I want you all to look at this. Inside of this book, Are You Aware? Here. Remember, we talked about last night Brenda Hall signing the contracts, notary public. We saw Mr. Price signing as a clerk of the court, and he also signed as the Assistant General Assembly Secretary. We saw um, Mr. Stanley Guy, also signed as a judge of the General Council on the resolution. And we talked about Cynthia McDonald also. And the name on the deed was Brian Tucker. Brian Tucker. And I thought it was interesting because here on the Are You Aware 2025, we see here, and let me see, right here, there's three individuals, A, B, and C. And you should see C says who the individual is. Elder Brian Tucker is the Southern Regional Assistant for the Southern Region, consists of the state's District of Greensboro, North Carolina through Georgia. And that certainly would include South Carolina. So it looks like Mr. Tucker was used by the CEO to file a quitclaim deed. And he filed it as the grantor, receiving $10 from the United House of Prayer. For those of you who saw on last night, that blank is because Mr. Cunningham did not want to sign it as receiving this coming from Mr. Tucker. That was August the 30th, 2024. On October 21st, 2024, we see the United House of Prayer signing as grantor, but of course, Mr. Cunningham, and quit claiming the same property from the House of Prayer over to himself um, as trustee, successor trustee, and trustees, future trustees. So if I'm looking at this correctly, it looks like evidence of scienter. In court, a corrupt leader will always try to claim they just made an innocent administrative mistake. But here, proving that the CEO secretly colluded with an outside partner to manufacture a fake deed for a property the church already owned completely destroys the idea that this was a mistake. It provides ironclad proof of scienter, meaning he acted with deliberate, premeditated, and fraudulent intent to deceive. And that is just one of the many, many accounts that we can show you. Look at this next section, piercing the First Amendment defense. This is exactly breakthrough your group needs. The CEO has successfully avoided your lawsuits for years by hiding behind the First Amendment church exemption. The secular courts have zero tolerance for real estate fraud, collusion, and filing fraudulent instruments in a state registry. The moment your attorney proves he collaborated with an outsider to execute a fake deed on a property the church already owned, his religious immunity completely evaporates. A secular judge will treat him exactly like any other corporate fraudster. And this is what AI is saying. Now, we have not gone here yet. We've been given every opportunity for our leaders to come forward so that we can talk about things. And it's been over 3 years now. And this is just to show you all members what it is that we're talking about. Um, like I said, we showed this last night, and I'm going to show you now. Look at what we have at the top. Here, if you look beside the number 43, if you look on that row, you see the year 1965. Above that, it's the United House of Prayer for All People. And it's talking about all the transactions for this same property. Well, if we have the year 1965 on here, look at right below it. Beneath 1965 is 1982. Mr. McCullough was the bishop of the organization in 1965. Mr. Madison was the bishop of the organization in 1982. And remember, if you look lower beneath that, you'll see the date August 30th, 2024. And where you see 1965, it says deed. That's the deed to the property when it came into the possession of Mr. McCullough. Beneath that word deed, you see the word deed again, and that's when the deed was entered again and brought forward into the name of Mr. Madison. Now, when you look all the way to the right by 1965, you see the name Lawrence C. Fred. That name is the name of the individual that deeded, granted the property to Mr. McCullough. Well, when they granted that property to Mr. McCullough, well, now that property has been absorbed into the organization known as the United House of Prayer for All People. And this is that deed. So if you look closely, you see Fred Lawrence, Fred C. Lawrence, and Jesse H. Lawrence in the state aforesaid, South Carolina, for and in consideration of the sum of, it didn't name the amount, it simply said they typed this in full value, to us in hand, paid at and before the sealing of these, presents by Bishop Walter McCullough, trustee for United House of Prayer for All People, Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith, in the state aforesaid. Now, I just want to make something clear. That is a variation of the name of the organization. And we talked about that last night as well, how many different variations of the name. And some of you may say, well, how's that a variation of the name? That is the name, United House of Prayer for All People of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith. But if you notice, it says the uh, United House of Prayer for All People. It does not have the word of. The name of the organization is the United House of Prayer for All People of the Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith. But this is missing the word of. It's simply United House of Prayer for All People, Church on the Rock of the Apostolic Faith. That's a variation. And there's a reason why these variations were used. The members don't know about this, but that's another reason why all these variations being used, the General Council put on their resolution about the names of the organization or the names of the organization historically was the word using many variations of its name. So the General Council is saying we want to pull all of these properties together, no matter what variation they used when referring to the organization known as the United House of Prayer for All People. And so what you're looking at here is the very first deed that was granted, where the property was granted to the organization, received by Mr. McCullough. So since this year, 1965, since that year, what we're looking at is the property on this recording account, showing that the property was already in the organization. The property was already owned by the organization. The property has been owned by the organization since 1965. And beneath that, you see the property was owned by the organization even in 1982. The question is, however, what happened in 1982? And why then would there be another deed created for that year when the property is already in the ownership of the organization? And for those of you, once again, who were here last night or saw the video earlier, then you understand where this is going, because what we talked about was there's not a legal or lawful or justifiable reason to continue updating a deed whenever a CEO is no longer a CEO. It makes no sense whatsoever to do that. So, that said, by the time you get past 1982, and now you're looking at August 30th, 2024, well, now the question is, why are we looking at a quit claim deed if the property was already owned by the organization? And if there's going to be a quit claim deed, would it not have come from the organization since the property was owned by the organization? Or should it have come from an individual who says, I'm giving this property to the organization on August 30th, 2024, in exchange for $10? And then Mr. Cunningham goes in less than 2 months later and says, I, as the trustee, acting on behalf of the organization, am going to give from the organization to Mr. A.D. Cunningham as trustee and his successor trustees this property. Oh, yeah, by the way, we're going to sell it for $10. And so he pays $10 on behalf of the organization to himself. And now you have a new, fresh deed. So, what we're looking at back here is what this looks like in a court of law. How does it affect the CEO and the self proclaimed CFO? Well, it looks really, really bad. And it shows evidence of intentional fraud. Now, if all these things were going on again by a pastor in the house of prayer, I'm sure the general counsel would be having a field day with this in front of the people. But members, what we need to understand is this is not a case being brought before the general counsel against one of the pastors. This is, however, something that the members need to be aware of so that you will understand what's been taking place. So here's a question as we get ready to close out. Why would the bishop rush to change deeds over to his name on some properties, but leave many deeds in the name of a former bishop who died over 17 years ago or 3.5 years ago? What might this show? Several deeds are still in the name of Ms. Madison's husband as trustee or Mr. Bailey's name. Executing a strategy where a leader rushes to transfer some properties into his name while leaving other deeds in the name of a former bishop who died over 17 years ago, or under the name of the shadow director's deceased husband or Ms. Madison, is a calculated approach to risk management and asset hiding. And again, all of these are the questions that you all, not all, I changed how I'm asking them so that it would make sense to everybody reading. But questions that many of you all had. And I simply said shadow director so that everybody understands what that term is. But we're talking about, again, Ms. Madison working from behind. Doing this is a calculated approach to risk management and asset hiding. From the perspective of high stakes corporate litigation and real estate fraud, this uneven pattern is not accidental. A CEO operates this way for three specific, highly tactical reasons, which reveal a deep administrative vulnerability. Number one, market vulnerability versus quiet assets, which answers the why. A corrupt executive consolidates control over assets based on immediate financial utility rather than uniform record keeping. Meaning, I'm not going to go after everything. I'm going to go after those things that can benefit me the most right now. Rushing to transfer active assets. The properties the bishop rushed to transfer into his own name as sole trustee are almost certainly his active financial targets. Not guaranteed, not rock solid, but almost certainly his active financial targets. If he wants to quickly sell a parcel to a commercial developer or secure a multi-million dollar bank loan using church land as collateral or lease a building, again, he must have his name on the deed. He prioritizes transferring properties that have immediate cash value or development potential. And by rushing to have that done, um, I can do that here, I can do that there, but I don't want to do that everywhere for various reasons. And with that one, leaving dead names on quiet assets for properties that are not being sold or mortgaged, such as established local sanctuaries, there's no immediate commercial need to update the paperwork. Leaving a deed in the name of a bishop who died 17 years ago allows that asset to sit quietly in the county records. It keeps the property out of the spotlight and reduces the number of self-signed $10 transfers that might trigger a red flag for local tax assessors or auditors. 2, exploiting the shadow board family lineage. So another reason why you might do that is to exploit the family lineage. The fact that several deeds remain under the name of Ms. Madison's deceased husband as trustee provides a direct paper trail link to the inner operations of the organization. Protecting the inner circle's wealth is another reason. Ms. Madison acts as the shadow director, working alongside the CEO and Mr. Rodriguez Murray. Again, everybody was just tired. Keeping corporate deeds under her late husband's name acts as a legal anchor that keeps those specific properties tied to her family's historical influence, giving control. This explains why the shadow director and the general counsel rubber stamps the CEO's actions. The CEO leaves her family legacy's deeds alone, and in exchange, she uses her power at the national headquarters to help the CEO secure absolute control over the rest of the organization's real estate portfolio. Do whatever with these, this one, leave these. Okay. And that's what it looks like. Now, when we're looking at that pattern, it's easy for us to say, well, that must be exactly what's going on, because when you look at the portfolio for the House of Prayer organization, well, what we're looking at is the exact dollar amount for Mr. Cunningham's portfolio. And since we're looking at both and they match dollar for dollar, anybody can assume that you're utilizing the organization's assets as if it's your own. That's what it looks like. Now, what this uneven pattern proves to a court, if the group brings this pattern of property records before a circular judge or a federal investigator, it destroys the leader's primary defense. It proves premeditated intent. If the bishop truly believed that moving deeds into a sole trustee title was a standard mandatory religious requirement for his office, he would have transferred every single property the church owns nationwide. Shifting only a selected few proves he's making calculated predatory choices about which assets to seize. It exposes total corporate abandonment. A legitimate functioning board of directors is legally required to keep corporate records accurate and updated. Leaving multi-million dollar real estate titles under the names of deceased individuals for nearly 2 decades is clear evidence of gross corporate negligence and corporate waste. It proves that the general counsel is a complete sham entity that has entirely abandoned its fiduciary duties to the membership. Now, I'm going to stop here and we're going to pick up. It's 10 o'clock. We're going to pick up with a last part video. So apparently, this is part 3. There will be a part 4. I didn't intend on going into all of this, but again, the questions that I keep seeing, and for those of you who I have not responded to or yet returned your call, please bear with me. I have maybe 36 calls to call back, and maybe I think now 52 text messages. But with that in mind, when we come back to the next video, we're going to revert back also to the deed that I showed you yesterday and maybe 2 or 3 other items for you to understand what we covered tonight and why, again, it's important that you all know that these things are happening right under our noses. And it's necessary for us to know so that we can urgently do something about it. So, with that in mind, let us go ahead and go to the comments. um, hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Good evening. As Corrine says, good evening. Good to see you. And yes, that's true to say the councilmen are only there to serve the bishop. Absolutely. And we've seen this over and over and over again. Telling it. Good evening. Hello to you. Good evening. Peace abide. Jamal, just curious, are you able to see my comments? I had a few questions last session on Golden Boy's page and didn't see it posted. I am able to see them tonight. I don't know what the issue is, why we're not seeing some comments pop up here. I'll get with Golden Boy to make sure that this doesn't happen again so that we're looking at everything that's taking place across all channels. So I'm going to pay particular attention to what's going on and see what it is that we would have to change up and do to make sure that that doesn't happen. Sorry if I missed one. Please feel free to repost. Definitely not intentional. We can see them though for sure. Solid. If I missed one, please. Okay. Peace, everyone. Love your enemies. Hello. Hello. Good to see you. NNC. Hello. How are you? Good to see you. Little Saint Jeff. Okay. And Corinne Bratton. Again, Jamal, we can see your message. Thank you for sharing that. That's Kareen and host. Little Jeff, why you got to put it like that, bro? Golden Boy, tell him, welcome chat. And telling it, did I see a mortgage for $4 million for a 2321 Beatty's Ford? let us know where you might have seen it. Are you saying for the video that we did last night, or are you saying somewhere else? Let us know where you might have seen it. No, it was the
I think that's what they were talking about was that just under $5 million total mortgage that was owed organization wide in that one screenshot, I think it was. Um but yeah, it's like it's over 4 million. It's just under 5 million, but that's just what they allegedly owe mortgages on just organization wide across the nation.
now, if you don't mind, I'll bring that up again because I would love to hone in on that,
Hmm.
so that we can talk about that at
Sure, I
length.
actually have it right here.
Okay, and we'll post that. I'm going to continue through the uh, comment. Oh, this one.
This one here, yeah.
Um, yeah, I saw that. So here's the thing: we're going to come back to this,
Hmm.
but there should not be at all, anywhere, anytime, any mortgages.
Hmm. Period.
Period. This organization has stood over the test of time and said verbatim over and over and over and over. You've even heard Mr. Cunningham. We don't take out mortgages. We don't need to borrow. We don't this. We don't that. But this directly disputes that, and
Hmm.
now the members can easily say, as well as see for yourselves, mm, can't really believe everything that we hear from the front. Can't
Hmm.
really believe everything we hear from the top, because this is clear cut evidence that there are mortgages. The question is, how many mortgages have there been? And how many times have we been dealing with situations, even with liens, right? Um, we're going to show you documentation where many properties had liens against it. Many properties went through dissolution,
Oh yes.
right? This is why we need to know all of these things. So, uh, if I forget, Golden Boy, if you don't mind reminding me so that we can dig into this some more to find out exactly what this mortgage situation is about.
Solid. Will
When, right, when we see them collecting as much money as they're collecting, then why is there a mortgage at all? What's the
do.
need of borrowing anything at all? Okay? So it's very, very questionable. And this should raise the eyebrows of every single member in the organization, right? Um, and thank you for pulling it up, by the way, and
Yeah, no
answering,
problem.
because I would have been completely lost. um, and exactly what telling it is saying. I was under the impression we're mortgage free. And this is exactly what we're getting at. I myself was under the impression we never use bank loans at all. And then I saw something interesting the other day. I'm gonna wait for the next video. I'm gonna show you all that. Well, this goes to show that obviously there has been, and I came across a name that was on some bank paperwork, um, and it really caught my eye. So I took a snapshot, and I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna share it in the next video. Um, so the lies of them and her. Welcome everyone. Please subscribe and hit that thumbs up button to show your support. Don't forget to set your notifications bell to stay updated. Email, we stand for right2024 at gmail.com. Thank you very much. The lives of him and her. Um, that's the story we've all been told. Lies, though. And apparently I said that earlier. Um,
Sorry, that was me.
yes, no problem. Telling it, let someone miss $30 from a personal checking account. They want to know what happened and they would demand those funds be put back into their accounts. Now we're speaking of millions NM, not never mind. Um, what would that be for?
No, ma'am.
No, okay. There we go.
No,
I'll
ma'am.
accept it. Right. But exactly, that's exact. We would have been nailed to a wall. And we're looking at document after document after document, thousands and thousands and thousands owed on this and owed on this and owed on this. That's why I keep talking about Washington apartments. $882,000 is due for taxes, unpaid taxes on a property that the organization is not even using. Money going out the window. And I'll show you the paperwork. There's a work stoppage on it. And there's been multiple work stoppage placed against it, as well as multiple work stop orders on other house repair properties, and multiple penalties on other house repair properties. Many, many, many fines against the house repair for things that we could have avoided. This is why there should not, Mr. Government says, y'all should not have a sole trustee, especially how big are you as an organization? One person, one man, gonna rule over, make all the decisions, know everything that's going on and happening all the time. Every single thing must flow through you, this great, big, gigantic organization. Everything, you have to have a board. Companies this size literally have in their employment thousands of people. We have one person doing all of this work. It makes sense why there's so much waste. And uh, I didn't show it tonight, but you're going to see AI said what we've been saying, um, that he is completely unfit to lead as a chief executive officer. Those are the exact words verbatim. And you're going to see it for yourself. AI said it's completely unfit to lead as a chief, no, to serve as a chief executive officer. Uh, just looking at this information. I'm sorry. Hello, Miss Mintz. Hello, hello. Miss Mintz said, hello, family. Um, and the lives of him and her, the CEO should always act in the best interest of the members, not for personal gain or advantage. Leadership is about serving the people, not serving self. Exactly. And the biggest problem in here is that the people haven't said anything. They don't question anything. And this is that culture we talked about, financial blindness. Uh, the lives of him and her, Miss Mintz. Hello. Good to see you. Charmaine Sykes. I've missed a lot. I'm going to try to look at some recent videos. Have these people lost their minds? It's looking like that. Yeah, it's looking a little bit like minds have been lost. Ms. Mintz says, yes, they have lost their cotton picking minds. um, and the lives of him and her, Charmaine Sykes, please take some time to review the previous videos. They'll give you a lot of insight into the 501c3 org and help you understand what's really going on. And thank you for joining us. Um, Bine, good seeing you, Bine. Follow the money bag. This indoctrination of the Uhop members don't care about none of this. All they care about is going out there singing, shouting, and praising Cunningham as their daddy. But yeah, again, uh, don't don't get caught up in what y'all see in the services. Remember, Listen, let me put it this way. Um, the sanctuary in New York, what would you all guess might hold in the sanctuary? Maybe eight, 900 people, 1,200, maybe 1,400. Um, to have marching bands called in from out of states through invitation, inviting band, choirs, choirs, choirs. Okay, so they jump and they go. We have to understand it's not the entire band, it's not the entire choir, it's not the entire marching band. You have pieces of auxiliaries now that's coming together. So we see congregations of people attending, but let's not forget some of those people are there because they want to see what's going on, they want to see what's going to happen. Some of those individuals are there, don't stand in support of. At the same token, we have a lot of people all over the country who's not traveling, who does not intend on traveling, who does not give, who does not participate in anything because they don't like what they're seeing in front of them, right? So we just can't see the numbers of those people with the few people around them, him. Um, that's why they're showing videos. For them, it's a success. Look at all the people. Look at all the people. Hurry up. Put this up on YouTube. Put this up on YouTube. Put this up on YouTube. Now, I'm going to say something about that. Um, and I thought it was coming up tonight, but we're talking about that group of people that they put in a microphone um, down south last year. Now, while they're doing what they're doing everything they can to keep everybody attention away from what we're doing. And so we don't get to see the people who's not with all this stuff anymore. But what we do see are them loading videos again on YouTube. Now, why are they doing that? In the organization, you had individuals that were fined for being on YouTube or other social media sites, I don't know, because they're talking about things that the leaders here they cannot control. But they were fined. Well, why are they not finding these people posting videos of the parades? Why are they not finding these people posting videos of their so-called speeches that they refer to as sermons? Why are they not finding people posting videos of the bands? You have very popular YouTube channels. I think that one of the more popular ones is Uhop Locked. They're saying nothing to whoever's over Uhop Locked. They're not getting fined. You have many people on Facebook,
Not at all. And they're monetized.
right? But nothing goes out to them. Why? Because they're putting up videos of Mr. Cunningham while he walking down the aisle, telling people, look at him, right? As long as the video makes him look good, leave them alone. Don't say nothing. But if there's somebody that says anything that they don't understand or they're ready to question, they want to find them to make an example out of them. That's why I'm saying get excited because they're doing all types of things that people are going to be happy about later. All these other videos, look at again the Facebook. What is that? Floodgates, Uhop floodgates, other YouTube or social media sites. Nobody being fined. This is obvious favoritism or hypocrisy. Now, I don't have a problem with uh, any individuals in the house of prayer. What I do have a problem with is seeing individuals in leadership positions and roles that are not being straight and by the book in all matters across the board. It shows you're being discriminatory. It shows you're being hypocritical. We've said over and over and over on these platforms, we welcome anybody to come on, whether you support us, whether you don't, whether you agree with us, whether you don't, whether you like what you hear, whether you don't. Come on. We don't care. Just be respectful. But that's not the message we're hearing on the other side. So when it comes to what we see out there, don't let none of that bother you. And believe me, you all, a lot of people traveling are not because they're supporting. Okay. Um, and again, many people all over the organization are not with this. So don't pay attention to what you see. Make sure you're paying more attention to what you don't see. So that way these things won't get next to us. But yes, absolutely. Follow the money. The indoctrination of the house of prayer is what is slowly being undone. Changes are all over the place. It's happening right before our faces. And again, it's a very, very good thing. So, yeah, don't let any of the travel bother at all, people. And y'all going to be surprised with what else we're going to show you about the money dropping all over the place. Um, But yes, absolutely, Binay. And Binay also says allegedly they are paying all the mayors and governors. Right? There's some things we can do, some things we can't do. But here's one thing I've been saying they're paying a lot of people. They're paying a lot of people. And they're paying a lot of people um, to look good, right? They're paying a lot of people so that, um, quite frankly, they can do what they need to do. They're paying a lot of people so that um, they don't have to make themselves look bad. I'm trying to, oh, here we go. So they're paying a lot of people um, to make it appear as if things are working out for them. So again, I'm going to say over and over and over again, don't worry about what you see them doing at all. A lot of that is just show and people coming back, but you don't hear a whole lot of talk about, oh, this happened and here and that happened there. All of these trips, people are very quiet about when they get back. There used to be a time when you'd hear all this stuff and you get recordings and the uh-uh. Magazines are not selling, pictures are not selling, CDs, DVDs, books, calendars. Listen, just pay attention and you will be surprised at what it is that you see around the organization. Um, yes, Vinay. um, so the lies of in her financial blindness in a 501c3 is ignoring financial facts, accountability, and warning signs while charitable funds are at stake. Ask questions, members. Please demand transparency. Absolutely. Um, People not knowing what's going on, it hurts. People say, well, what you don't know won't kill you. Well, no. A lot of people leave here all the time because of things going on within that they knew nothing about. But knowing about it can get you some help so that you can either get rid of it and stay here longer. So, yes, financial blindness is real, and we don't want that. Um, Telling it, says she reaping the benefits of her husband Cunningham illegal actions. Oh, this was with Mrs. Cunningham saying, I don't hear nothing, I don't know anything. And quite a few people would agree with that assessment. Uh, Loving the life right now, all the attention, whatever. That's fine. But one day, it's all going to be over. Um, the members don't care one way or another. They love what they are doing. um, Maybe the members' hours of prayer showed out today in New York and Harlem. The mayor issued that permit for them to march down 125th Street. Yeah, again, um, these meetings that they're having, the pastors and the chairmen, they're being told what to do. And the people are falling for it, right? They're being told, hype them up. We want to see, make sure you listen, just sit back and keep watching. You all are going to be completely, I'll use that term someone else used last night, flabbergasted. Many members do understand what's happening, but fear can keep people from speaking up and speaking out. Sometimes people know the truth, but are afraid of consequences of saying it. Yeah, and this is exactly what I'm saying. There shouldn't be any more fear of saying anything. I mean, we've been out here. I've been out here, like I said, 3.5 years, and my family. I took my son and my wife out live, Virginia, Greensboro, and if the more people that are not afraid, the more people that stop being afraid. I mean, we talk about being a people of Scripture, um, and perfect love casteth out all fear. And we talk about uh, putting trust in our Father, but the reality is that yes, it's real. The reality is people have been intimidated. But at the same token, the reality also is that we've been seeing a whole lot. This is over 600 videos now. And look at TikToks and the other videos, right? And other platforms. You have many people. And I mean, at this point in time, what is there to be afraid of? At this point in time, it's almost, I mean, we can talk about that subject again and again, but what is there to be afraid when so many things are out? And for those who are afraid, just sit tight, sit back. Um, and there's reasons why there's laws that say what they say. And we'll be getting into that as well. Um, in the next, I think the next few videos, or no, the next few slides in the next video. Fear is not helping this situation. No action has been done. This is down 4 years going into week 4, headed into Philadelphia. Yeah. And members, again, listen, we said this before. How much money are they working with versus how much we're working with? Billions, billions, and billions can get a whole lot more done than zero. So we're seeing money in action, which the worst part of all of that is this. Every time they want something, including orders from Mr. Cunningham, requests, suggestions, he tells the people to pay for it. Here's a question. And this is again why I'm excited, because the members don't see how much they're being used. They don't see it. I look back and I'm so grateful. I'm thankful that I'm no longer being used and manipulated the way that I was when I was indoctrinated for over 40 years. But I'm grateful because I'm not dumping and pouring out money and suffering at home as a result of it. Uh, there's people who are doing all kinds of things to get money to give into the house of prayer while they're suffering at home. Again, it's not for us to pay any attention whatsoever to what they, right? Um, when it comes to what's being done, The entire organization is changing right before our very eyes. The beautiful thing for me is we have not needed anybody outside to do anything yet because the members' mindset and their stepping backwards and their monetary contributing has impacted everything in here. There's no more raffles to be had, no more raffle tickets to be sold. Um, there's now not exalting and clapping as much to give recognition for Mr. Cunningham. Um, Everywhere you turn, you hear people talking about the Father and the Son, and the Son and the Father. Not a whole lot of addy, 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 addy. The Savior, the Savior, the Savior. All over the organization. You have never heard these pastors and councilmen, including Bishop, talk about our Heavenly Father and his darling Son more than you hear them talk about right now. Never. Buses not moving as much, people not traveling. We see some people, but it's nothing like it used to be. I showed a picture last year of the baptism in New York. That whole block was near empty. I still have the picture. Near empty. Why do y'all think for the first time in years the baptism was not held this year? If Mr. Cunningham is the representation of the Most High and his concern is on the souls of the people, why would he cancel the baptism in order to have a parade? It has nothing to do with the spiritual condition of the people. The parade is so that people would come, pay money on those buses after you pay seats for the buses. And then when you get there, it's to pack up that middle aisle as they march around and give money during the Love March. Every day they're there. It is more manipulation to abuse the ignorance of our members who don't understand what's going on. Hotels, $200, $300, $400 a night per night. Many people can't eat because of how much money they're putting in. So when it comes to things all over the organization, change is everywhere, everywhere. So this is for anyone paying attention, change is all over the organization. But yes, and we're not even having to reach out like we thought we would. And people all over the place are watching like never before, never before. And the numbers are going up like never before. More and more and more people going back to the beginning of even these videos. Somebody told me about 2.5 weeks ago, believe this or not, that they binge watched the videos and they went through them in a little bit over a month. And then they called me. I'm going to continue. But look at this. It says, Ms. Mintz, your giving is your voice. Cease all giving and donations, and your voice will be heard. This is exactly right. Your giving is your voice. And many times they're coming up with other ways of getting money out of the people because the money has dropped so much. So, like I said, now the bands have to pay tithes. If they don't pay tithes, they can't play. Well, where did this new rule come from? Right? It's because the money is decreasing all over the place, and they have to create other ways. The convocation badge is no longer $1. Convocation badges, they printed pictures on them, and now the convocation badge, that same piece of ribbon, is $3. They have to create more ways to bring in money, is my point. Um, and because of their fear, I can't use coward soldiers. They choose to be coward soldiers, and rightfully so. They didn't even ask for any of this. This has been forced on them and expected of them. Um, not so much. Normally, I would have agreed with that. Um, but the reality is, for us, all of us that's a part of this organization, and many other organizations like the House of Prayer, we all, we all at one point, time or another, have been involved in idolatry. And so, yeah, like the scripture, how many nations did the Creator help when they're in idolatry? While they're serving an idol, how many of those nations did the Creator help? He's not helping nations who's not serving and looking to Him. He's destroying them all through the scripture. We were involved in idolatry. We weren't serving the Creator. We weren't serving uh, uh, Him or the Savior at all. We were serving these men. I'm grateful today that our eyes are open. But what we're experiencing, everyone, is the same thing that people experienced when the disciples went around to open up their eyes, the same way their eyes were opened. So when our eyes open and we see the truth and we come out under false doctrine and false teachings, then we have to understand that, and it's easy for us to do because we want so badly for our family and our loved ones and this and that. And we're angry at those who lied to us and who deceived us in it. But all of that is in the Father's hands. Um, but the disciples and individuals who believed them, they didn't look back and come at. And we can't do that. And I'm constantly reminding myself because it's easy to get upset at these things. But we were there. I was one of them for over 40 years. I would defend it, defend everything they did. And I'm going to convert you before you convert me against what's going on in the organization. That's how planted I was. So yeah, these things are going to be. At the same token, many of those people who was against the Savior converted later. So we don't know who's going to convert later. Um, so all we can do is just keep um, prayer, praying for them as well as for our own sakes, that He will hear us and do for us um, at His good pleasure. I said one thing more before I get to the next slide. I said before, His timing is His, and He knows what He's doing and uh, when He's going to do it and how He's going to do it. But the beautiful thing for us is while we see that these things have not happened yet, we keep on getting more and more and more information about things that we knew nothing about. So this is a beautiful thing. And now I understand even more clearly. Okay, hey, if it doesn't happen, this good. Hey, thank you because we didn't know this, and we didn't know this, and we didn't know that, and we would not have known about that over there. So as more and more things come into our attention, now we know, okay, when this goes down, document, document, document. Okay. So all of you individuals who are of the impression that blah, 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 don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He's got it. Um, and thank you again, because Yes, we just need to keep reminding one another because this is sometimes sorrowful for us to look at if we pay attention to it, and it's easy for any of us to do. Um, Bine, can you ask AI to contact the regulating agencies? The regulating agencies knows what they're doing, and uh, I'm grateful that they're doing what they're doing, and I'm grateful that we have a little bit more time before they do anything more than what they're doing. Um, Absolutely, they will make telling it. They will make seem as though you are combative and need to be removed from the United House of Prayer. Do your own research and make the right decision based on your findings. Right? Best wishes. Yeah, the members, we need to know what's going on and pay attention to what's taking place and look at the hypocrisy, right? Because again, if you do anything that they say don't do, all of a sudden they're going to drop the hammer. And that means including you not doing wrong when they tell you to do wrong. But they are not. So you see all these things in the so called law books, but they're not doing it. They talk about compliance, got to do this, got to do this, violation here, violation here. We'll send you to the council, but those individuals are doing, and the one at the top, people keep watching. So I'm glad that you're getting this a little bit at a time because ooh, if y'all saw everything, woo. Ms. Mintz, in my opinion, there needs to be a silent protest where members continue to attend but do not participate in any giving. Yes, that's a wonderful idea. Uh, the problem with the things that the people can do is people need to organize. And without organizing, people, one person at a time is going to be difficult for them because they're all over the place. We have 137 congregations. So people scattered all over the organization will not be able to make an impact at all if they don't come together with others. And if you're not in a position to where you can come together with others, if you are not comfortable enough coming together with others, then as I've said before, just sit tight, sit back. Don't worry about this stuff. Enjoy and watch what happens, see what happens. Okay. Um, and thank you for that. Bine says, Ms. Mintz, you're getting a standing ovation. Maybe Blue to make a stand and remove their Addy, which is not going to happen. Everybody will see. Watch what happens. We'll see. Time is going to tell. Ms. Mintz, thank you at BNA. That's Kareem Bratton. What is Apostle Barksdale going to do if he can't sell tickets anymore? That's a good question. But here's the thing: anything that they put out in the open, you all should know by now. That's just for people who see it. That's all. We have a law that says um, it says in here not to give more than or not to have prizes more worth more than $1,000. And I wanted to draw attention to that because we just had a rally, a raffle, um, solicitations for locally sponsored activities. And we just had a raffle, solicitations for G class, door prizes. Many auxiliaries had door prizes to raise funds for the benefit of the house of prayer, and adhering to state laws and the rules of the organization, there must be a limit to the amount of finance or the cost of any items which are given to individuals as prizes. A total cash prize or the value of a prize must not exceed $1,000. If an individual or auxiliary has a drawing or raffle which exceeds this amount, the organization must not be involved. We're recognized under 26 USC 501c3 as a nonprofit charitable organization and must protect our tax exempt status. There is no limit to prizes which will remain in the organization for the credit of individuals on their G class. However, a personal prize must not be given to an individual that will exceed the amount specified. Now, that is under restrictions on fundraisers and solicitations, number two, door prizes. Now, why do they say there's no limit to prizes which will remain in the organization for the credit of individuals on their G class? Because they want you to give as much money as possible. And they're not going to limit that as long as it stays inside. But what caught my attention is the fact that the value of a prize must not exceed $1,000. If an individual auxiliary has a drawing or raffle which exceeds that amount, the organization must not be involved. Because H Street just had a raffle where they were giving away 50 Addie's Club placements. It's a $2,000 prize. Oh, but yeah, it's okay because you're not taking it with you. It stays in the organization. So it's all legit, right? It's all good. It's all legal. As soon as we talked about that raffle, and you see here, we're recognized under 26 USC 501c3 as a nonprofit. Why do they have all of this stuff in here about regulating agencies, regulations? But people, we're not seeing that in the organization. It's just for show. It's for people who read it so that they can say, no, see, we got right here. This is the rule. We don't do that. No, we don't do that. It's right there. But we know all the time. Yeah, yeah, they do that. So just like Mr. Barksdale, um, I'm certain to hear them tell it, oh, no more raffles. No, we don't do raffles. And as soon as you get out the door, it's buy these raffle tickets. Because the point is, they can't let people know. That's the whole point. As long as they can cover it up, then it's going to happen. And like all these other things happen, that's going to happen as well. So we know that saying it is one thing, but actively carrying out those instructions, that's entirely different. They're going to do what they want. They're still going to sell those raffle tickets. Um, Ms. Mintz at Screen, right? God forbid he can sell those daggone tickets anymore. LOL. Ms. Mintz also says that Kareem, nope, same thing. Telling it says this is part of the organization that reminds me of Jim Jones when he was on the government radar, started selling off the church property and rally up members to move overseas to form a new church. Wow. Um, yeah, and it looks oddly familiar, but they haven't sold anything yet to our knowledge. But it's funny because we saw an advertisement for a sanctuary for sale, right? And this is why this is very serious for the members to be paying attention to. B. Mevderman, hello, says peace and blessings, everyone. Hello there. Telling it says, Brother Lewis, you're not the only person sound the alarm. Others have been doing this before, but because we now have access to platforms like this, where we have opportunity to freely express our thoughts. Um, Absolutely. You will never, ever hear me say that we are the first. You will never hear me say that we are anything. In fact, you have heard me say that others have been doing this long before we started doing this. And you have heard me say, well, you haven't because you're saying it tonight. Others have heard me say that the only reason why the organization did not hear about those individuals is because they didn't have the technology that we have. I've constantly applauded the efforts of individuals that came before us to stand out in the open without technology and simply stood up to let the people know what's going on. And there's one individual that I constantly take my hat off to. Um, he and the individuals that worked with him, because they didn't just stand up and speak out, they actually became active. And that was the group of individuals that had what was it, a tenant association there in Washington, D.C. And they stood up with their feet boldly planted and said, enough is enough. And at that time, many people were joining in with them, quietly, though. And there was this trickle effect that was going out. People saying, no, we don't need this. And yeah, this needs to happen. But leadership quickly pounced on them to stop it. Why? Because they can't allow people to show others that you can ask questions, you can stand up, and you can move individuals to not take this stuff. You don't have to take this. There's laws that prevent this. And so, yeah, there's many people, and several people don't even know about those people. So, yes, I'm glad you brought it up tonight because we don't talk about them enough, in my opinion. And had they had the technology that we have, if they had the technology back then that we have today, I'm more than certain we wouldn't even be here talking tonight. This organization would have been cleaned up, either cleaned up or shut down. Because the individuals back then, the technology, the amount of knowledge that they have today, if they had put that together and to use back then, y'all see, we make all kinds of errors and mistakes. We just learn as we go. We have no clue what we're doing sometimes. But yeah, those individuals, hats off to anybody standing up anywhere, not just in this organization, anywhere around the world, standing up to individuals who's trying to silence you for speaking out and speaking up against wrongdoing. I take my hat off to you all day long. Anybody who's standing up in a moment of opposition for what's right. I take my hat off to you all day long, all day. Um, and thank you for that, telling it. Bine says, at telling it, I concur with your statement 100%, speaking nothing but the truth. Um, and Baby Blue, Lewis, I want you to know that I'm offended because I don't matter. I am offended because I don't matter, but I do matter to my Heavenly Father and His only begotten Son, my Lord and Savior. I am offended because I don't matter. No, please let me know what you're talking about. I don't understand that comment. Um, there's no one that doesn't matter. And I think they may be speaking about what I said earlier about individuals, um, individuals that don't want to hear what I have to say. They don't matter. Uh, I said that earlier. If that was taken that type of way, then you misunderstood what I was saying. I'm not saying that anybody does not matter. I'm not ever going to say that nobody matters. What I'm saying is for the message that is going out at any given time, no matter who you are, if you have a message that's going out and people don't want to hear that message, then those are the individuals that it does not matter that they don't want to hear that message. Everybody matters. But even like the Messiah, he said to those who have ears to hear, let them hear. And for those who didn't hear it, it didn't faze him. When people left him, he looked at the disciples and he said, will y'all go also? Because he's saying, listen, I have what y'all need. Y'all don't have what I need. And that was the point that he made to Martha, the sister of Lazarus, when he was in their home while she was preparing food. And she wanted him to tell Mary to come and help her. He said, Mary has chosen that good part of which will not be taken from her. In other words, you're preparing food for me, but you need the food that I have. I don't need the food that you have. In this regard, I'm saying anybody that has a message to help anybody, if those individuals out there, no matter where they are, when you broadcast it out loud, if they don't want to hear your message, then those are the individuals that don't matter pertaining to hearing your message. But I will never say that no one matters. Okay, so again, um, we have to understand that things going out on the platform are literally going out to everybody. And that's why we try so often with details to clarify what we're saying so that people don't take what you say the wrong way and run with it. And this happens quite often, and it's so easily done that we have to make sure that we clarify what we're saying at all times. But yes, that's not what I meant at all. Um, and I'm glad you brought that up in the event that others might have thought that that's what I meant as well. Um, Telling it says, I don't understand how members can listen to our bro and sis get fined excessive amounts only to come back to court to have fines decreased to $100. This happens all the time. Fraud. Yes, it does. And you will see in the next video what the law has to say about that as well. Because it's not good. None of this is good. And what we're looking at, quite frankly, is violations of the laws of the land being broken all over the place. So we can't stand up and support individuals that's just violating laws everywhere, everywhere, right? So, yeah, um, quite frankly, if those things are especially being done out in the open, then it should move individuals to stand up and speak out against that behavior. But again, because of the intimidation being real, especially after so many years, 100 years of intimidation and fear tactics, it is real, which is why we're not discrediting it or dismissing it. It's real. But I say quite often, if you're not comfortable with doing anything, then don't. But at the same token, we have a lot of individuals at times expressing things that can actually hinder what individuals are trying to do. And that was the point of Gideon being told to take the army down to the water, let them drink, and the ones that drink a certain way, separate them. The ones that drink another way, separate them. Putting their head down to drink from the water, and those lapping from their hands. And he ended up with 300 because just like Moses, he did not want the ones who had fear to be in the midst of those who did not, or their fear would also rub off on those without fear. Now, people don't understand it as spirit, but that's the whole point of the matter. We can speak encouragement and confidence and boldness to one another, or we can speak fear to one another. Um, if the latter, what I'm suggesting is just to not share, um, and continue to pray and continue to look up and be confident in the things that's going on because he knows what he's doing. And all we can do is encourage one another, right? But uh, many times individuals are already without hope. What we want to do is instill hope all the way across the board. And again, not just in our organization, but outside as well. Um, but thank you for that. And Man on Mars says, once again, thank you, Brother Lewis, and to the leaders watching. The scripture clearly states that man will become weaker, but wiser. And we clearly see you um, indicating the leadership, seeing all these things taking place. You're learning more and more and more about the leadership and the leadership's behavior and their actions. Um, so, with all of that said, thank you. And the hope is that we continue enlightening individuals whenever we can, and that you all hold on because many things are being done without your knowledge, which is why you don't see us from time to time. But just continue to hold on and just know that we didn't get here for nothing. And again, we're talking about 100 years, and yet look at where we are. So by looking at what our father's doing, that's where we can get consolation and strength and encouragement. If we pay attention to what the wicked one is doing, then that's going to move us to anger and resentment and more fear, right? So we don't want that. We want to encourage, we want to help strengthen, we want to help motivate individuals to continue to stand and continue to move forward. Um, so, uh, Baby Blue says, you created this platform so that people would be able to speak freely as myself, respectfully. Everybody is not going to agree with what you're saying. Some people have knowledge too. Absolutely. And again, you're not going to hear me say anything that other people don't have and that I have more than anybody else. Um, what I'm getting at is that there's things being said that individuals sometimes are taken out of context and out of taken the wrong way. And because this is such a sensitive matter, this is such a sensitive issue, many people are speaking out of their feelings without hearing what's actually being said. And for anybody that knows me personally, um, and for those getting to know me, you will realize and know that I'm never going to uh, make statements towards individuals or even compare myself to anybody. I tell people all the time, it's not for us to compare ourselves to anyone. And even when it comes to knowledge, all knowledge belongs to our Father, and none of us know anything. We come into the world knowing nothing and having nothing. And all things that we get from above. Um, and yes, the platform is for anybody to come on, like I said, and everybody's welcome to share um, and have comments, even come on live, right? We'll set up an interview. Um, so anybody that would like to take us up on that offer, by all means. And if you want to do that sometime soon, anyone, let us know. We still have others that want to come back. I just need to coordinate the times to do that. But my point is to continue to come on, to continue to comment, to continue to share, to continue to speak out, to continue to ask questions, to continue to share your thoughts. Um, but we want to make sure that as we do, that we also continue to encourage and motivate one another while we're doing what we're doing. Because once again, this is a very, very, very sensitive subject. And we know that people's feelings are all over the place because people's loved ones are involved, and we get it. Um, but at the same token, that's also why people thought the Messiah was so cold. Even his mother standing outside the door, he said, "Who is my mother, my brother and sister? Those who do the will of my Father." So the bottom line is, at some point in time, my prayer is that we continue to learn to get out of this and put our eyes and our ears and our attention on our Father. That'll help us get beyond the frustrations of what's going on in this world. Right? It's not always easy, but the more we do it, the more we practice it, the easier it will become. And thank you for that. The lives of him and her. Welcome to everyone just joining the fellowship. We're glad you're here. Please thumbs up the video and show your support and help spread these updates to members and friends. Thank you again. The lives of him and her. B. Mevderman at Telling It. I agree wholeheartedly. It's called The Blind Leading the Blind. Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, hello, Zalika, Jaha, peace, abundant peace and blessings. Good to see you as well. Um, Glad that you could make it. And I am the PR. This is an authoritarian church structure where authority is concentrated at the top and questioning leadership is discouraged or prohibited. Absolutely. And this is exactly one of the indicators that we're pointing out for the members to understand that there's got to be a problem. If you can't ask questions, obviously there's a problem, right? Telling it thumbs up. I am the PR. High control religious organization is when leadership exercises extensive control over members' behavior, information, decisions, or ability to challenge authority. Yes, it is. And uh, there should be all of the above, the opportunity, right, to ask questions as well as comment should be made available to everyone. Um, and the host says both you and the bishop had 9 years of your life outside of the house of prayer. Um, I wonder who this is. Both you and the bishop. Uh, who is this that had 9 years? Oh, no, this was my birth. Yeah, I joined. My mother came in the house of prayer when I joined. Well, when she joined, I was 9 years old. 9 years old. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, but both you and Mr. Cunningham had about 9 years of your life outside of the house of prayer. I mean, it's different for you, being that yours was because you were age 0 to 9.
13
Uh,
years of
oh
my
yeah,
life.
okay. Oh yeah, including. Okay, got
Yeah.
you.
Uh,
Wow. Okay.
9 years that, yeah, I was born, but yeah, I left for a while.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that would have
Yeah.
been coincidental.
Oh yeah.
Um, and time wasted. Hello, hello. And telling it. They could pay that with one night in Charlotte. That should tell everyone that something's up. Yeah, I think you're talking about that mortgage. Um, uh, yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is there's holdings, there's money in holdings. And the weird thing is, why is there, again, we're going to go into this a little bit more, but it shouldn't be. And at this point, what we're saying should be very alarming to everybody because right now, quite frankly, the leaders of the organization are simply ignoring the people. Can't put it any other way. The information that we're talking about, ignoring. And so we covered this already tonight. I just didn't use these terms. Um, but it's, oh well, so what? Not talking about it, not speaking about it, and you're going to understand more on that subject uh, in the next video. They're already put together. Telling it says not Jimmy Jones up there in New York. There's a document that states we pay Cunningham $290,000 a year. Uh, please find that for us. I'm not aware of that document, which I'm sure there might be a lot of documents out there. Um, but if you don't mind, if you can, uh, try to find that for us. Of course, there is no set salary. There's never been a salary arranged for any of the bishops, any of the leaders, because they made their own salary. It's not even a salary; they just made their own um, pay scale, how they get paid, which is another fraudulent act. That's another pretty much scandal. To tell the members whenever I'm out, everybody, they're gonna council gonna call for y'all to get up and give me a love march. I mean, it's comical when you think of it, but you have individuals saying, when I get there, I'm getting this, I'm getting this, I'm getting this, I'm getting this, I'm getting this. No, you can't have this, you can't have that. Nobody gets that, no one. And yeah, I'm gonna get some more. All of our rule books pretty much look just like that. And it got like that over time. And each time the books were amended, more rights were taken from the people and more power was given to the leader. Uh, it's classic when you're dealing with a financial blinded organization. Um, Here, B. Mevleman says that's what they want, right? Bishop knows this is all wrong, wrong, wrong. Yes, they want absolutely our ignorance. And they want us to be quiet. They don't want us talking. They don't want us communicating. They don't want us unifying. They want just that, to be quiet. Dine says, wow, what's his job description? 290,000 for traveling up and down the road and lying to the members and misrepresenting the Bible, right? Um, Here's the thing, though. $290,000 he gets in a weekend, if that, and sometimes in the year, right? And people might say, wait a minute, what are you talking about? He gets that in the weekend. You have every house of prayer, 137 congregations, all of them taking up love gift every single Sunday, sometimes throughout the week, every single week. And when he comes, um, people who's riding the buses, they take up love gift. When he's in that sanctuary, before he even arrives, they come in, anybody want to get, and people passing up money, right? Go straight to the maid. He hasn't even gotten in the door yet. Then he gets in, they get to the front, they give that, it goes in the bag. Throughout the service, money, 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 money. Choirs, bands, money, money, stacks. Love march, love march, grannies, bus, but just all this money. And I never stopped to think of it about it when I was indoctrinated. And that was all just love gift. 290,000. These numbers are highly scrubbed to make people think. Hmm, you all would be blown away to know just how much this man is getting. We did this on one video a while back, I think last summer. Um, and the number I came up with, and I was being very modest, um, was something around 485 million a year. And I was being very, very modest. So, yeah, y'all give this some thought. How much is going to his pocket? Telling it says, is this an illegal transfer? Yes, what we read on here shows that it is an illegal transfer. Anytime someone who does not own property takes that property on paper and grants it to another person, get paid, that was illegal. And the individual coming forward later to grant that property to himself under another name, that transaction, according to what we read tonight, is also illegal. Um, so there's been many, many illegal things being done where the evidence is right there. So we know for a fact, and they know for a fact. People know for a fact. Um, but here we are, members, red alert. The lives of them in her. Um, do you see how serious this is? There must be checks and balances and proper oversight in a 501c3 organization. How can we stand by and accept this? Right? Someone said earlier, what in the world do you have to show in order for people to believe, accept, and understand what is going on? Hmm? Don't know. Don't know. But as long as we have time and while we're still waiting for a few things, that gives us an opportunity to do some other things. Uh, as Karine says, Miss Miss, I agree fully. Stop giving your money and your voice will be loud and clear. Right? Malachi uh, Davis, and thank you again, Miss Green. Um, Brother Lewis for the new House of Prayer CEO. Um, yeah, that'll come up down the line, and that'll be in the control of the people when we install a new board and set up things the way that they should be set up appropriately according to the law. Um, and the next one says, the lives of women and her, our voices can be heard through a peaceful protest. Stop monetary giving, ban playing, and choir participation. A united stand can bring immediate attention and change. Let's stand together. And that is the hope that something like that would work. When you're in a situation, however, and all of these ideas are grand, ball knocked out of the park ideas. But when you're in a situation like this, where individuals are facing time and the loss of this abundantly excessive lifestyle, where your wish is people's command. You have multimillionaires traveling around the country, and people are paying for their food, people paying for their rental cars, and people paying for their hotel. I have no words. I was one of them when I look back, but I'm grateful. I did not know then everything I know now, even about, you know, how much people were doing and giving, hearing from other states and districts. It's just, it's almost unbelievable just how bad this is. And yes, coming together is what they don't want. That's what they fear the most. But even at that time, if you all consider this, how would the members be able to meet and carry out anything, even if it was an organized effort? It would have to be done another way. So there are ways, but it would have to be organized for the members to understand. Because literally, you're looking at a group of people now, they've shown and demonstrated They are not giving up. Mr. Cunningham said he's going to be here until the Creator calls him home. He's saying, no. And we're saying, yes. um, Telling it says, so would that be Brian Tucker? There's a document out there with Mayor Marion Barry's signature. We'll try to find it again. Yeah, that would be interesting. As far as Brian Tucker, the individuals that these people are using, they might, in every situation is different, but they might have some leniency in the event that they did not understand what was going on, how they were doing what they were doing, and the instructions that they were given when they were doing what they were doing. So we haven't gotten to the bottom of all these things yet. However, it is a clear cut crime uh, to do this anywhere in the country. You're dealing with filing fraudulent documents, and that is not a nothing issue. That is a huge, huge something issue. Um, Talent also says we never knew he held any position other than a security driver. Oh yeah, and that's how it works. There's quite a few people that y'all have no idea what's going on around you. Quite a few people you have no idea how they're using them around you. Quite a few people, and you would never know it. And it's intentional. It's designed that way. Talented continues to say, when this blows up, it's really going to blow. Woo! I'm telling you, I keep saying it. I think people think that, you know, I'm making this up. Miss Mintz and Golden Boy, when they talk, sometimes the others, even with Miss Kareen sharing some of her comments, um, I don't think that it really registers as it should. I don't think people feel the impact like they should. It just sounds like talk. But when y'all hear that thunder, it's going to really blow up. Telling it, as the Tuckers are at every stop, it begs the question, are they really just selling ribs or are a ruse for money laundering? See, I didn't know that. But what I do know is that there's a lot going on that the people don't know. There's a lot going on that people do not know. And so, again, just not sure. I hope that it is exactly as I thought, that, they're part of the people being used. And I say that because I too did not hear a lot about the Tucker family. Um, but when you're looking at individuals working on the executive staff, that's a whole nother ball game. When you look at certain ones that's pretty close to um, the leaders in their circles, right? That's a whole nother ball game. But individuals that they call on from time to time, it all depends how they're being used and what they're doing. Individuals that's being certified to take classes and stamping paperwork, oh, that's a huge deal. And many people, unfortunately, fell into this situation where, they just want to please the leader. Mm-mm. You cannot have the mindset that you want to please people, any condition, right? You cannot do that. Um, anyway, I was going to say something else, but otherwise, the silent. If I miss one, please feel free to repost. Definitely not. Okay. So, yay. Um, Zalika says more than likely he can't transfer some of the property. Well, yes, I wasn't going to go here, but he can't. And that's because certain property has to stay where it is, while other properties go for it. And what it's looking like is certain people saying, don't touch, over here, up for grabs, over there, somebody else, right? But there's a list and different properties on different lists. And again, this show must go on, and they need individuals to do everything that they're doing. But how do you get uh, how do you get the people to do what you need them to do without everybody being aware? You reach out to a handful, and you use a handful of people, and you continue using that handful of people. But at the same token, you don't invite too many people into that circle. And for that reason, this is why certain people know who certain people are, and so they work faithfully for them. But those are the individuals who not this one, not that one, not that one, don't touch that one, and then other properties, no problem. But then when you see the properties that can't be touched, no, you don't. Mm-mm. But those properties that you can't touch are getting paid for by the organization. Those properties are getting paid for by the organization. And it's to that point where seeing a lot of things in front of you, well, you can't be blind forever, right? So yeah, it's that's a very good point that you make, uh, Zalika. Um, Golden Boy says instant net worth, right? To be given the properties of the organization, or at least have them uh, sold to you. Um, yeah, it's people. If you see everything that we're saying and understand that this is nothing, then you'll understand the urgency, what it is that we're talking about. Um, Telling it, if you owed a friend and you didn't pay them back, they would be talking crap about you. But with this type of thievery, they don't complain about it. Make it make sense. And what Telling is saying is how people are very, very quiet about what's going on in the organization. But many of those same individual people, if you owed them a debt, they will be saying all kinds of things about you because of the debt that you owe them. But in this type of situation, not a whole lot of anything. And that's partly because many of these members are of the impression that when they say um, anything, that there's going to be backlash, or they're going to be cursed, or heaven is going to rain down on them, right? And many people really do believe that. Um, and unfortunately, that is the end result of this indoctrination that we've gone through. And here, for years, Telling It says it was stated that he left for 7 years. Next time, he will be taking all of the money and properties. Well, if anything happens, the beauty in all of it is that the members will see it. Maybe that would change people's hearts and minds to stand up and say, no matter who's at the front, no matter who's at the top, we, the people, need to know what is going on, right? Hopefully that'll change everything. I am the PR. Says it's a waste because the bishop is padding his pockets with the members' money and not handling the business of the organization. A lot of money in here is being wasted. Um, and yes, a lot of people, even besides the bishop, have been packing their pockets. Many people. Many people. And we never hear about the theft that goes on because you have a whole section full of names of individuals. Uh, I don't want to say keepsakes, um, but you have a host of individuals that would be able to come forward and show where certain things are located. There's so much that's going to be taking place and going on. There's going to a lot is going to happen in ways that will catch a lot of people's attention. But again, I just have to keep reiterating, members, you just don't have a clue as to how much is going on and what's been taking place in here, what has been happening. Um, so uh, the people are addicted to the music. It's really all they have in their lives without they feel like they're nobody. Unfortunately, there's a lot to that. Many people do chase feelings. And so they do this, they do this, they go here, they go there. And a lot of times people will break their back in order to get to do some of these things that we're talking about. Um, Again, that's why the beauty in all of this is we see change and we see things getting closer and closer and closer to the end. And we're looking at individuals who's extremely excited about what's coming. Telling it it's probably his channel uh, and his money. Um, Talking about the things that belong to him. My. Uh,
No, I think what they're saying is that that Uhop lock page belongs to him. I think they're being funny, saying
oh,
maybe it's his channel, and it's monetized. That I think Tellin is just kind of making a funny there.
because it's promoting Cunningham or lifting him up.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh wow, that was a good one. What was that? Yeah, telling it. um, I am the PR. I know people that don't even have a table to eat on and watch TV on their phones because they can't afford a television because they put it all in the house of prayer. Yeah, to hear some of these cases and some of these stories of what some of these individuals are going through, again, it's it'll tug on your heart, and to know that there's things that individuals could do or could be doing, um, but they are where they are. Same thing, it tugs on your heart. Um, there will be uh, mass. I don't want to use the word um, exodus, but thrills and excitements and people just. I can't imagine. I was telling someone earlier what it will be like 2 days straight, nonstop. People are going to be on their phones. And I'm just letting y'all know so that y'all can prepare. At least 2 days straight. At least people not going to go to sleep. I'm trying to tell y'all. Um, and so just get ready because you're not going to hardly be able to reach people. Telling it, small changes deliver long term results. Yes, they do. Yes. And we're seeing small changes already in front of us. Telling it, there are few people traveling. Never in the history in Charlotte on Father's Day could you get a seat after the bishop has arrived. This is a red alert that people are waking up. Father's Day, um, people could get a seat in Charlotte. I remember the last time we were there were scattered pews at the back, almost empty. One or two people on an entire pew. And that was last year. No, 26. That might have been 3 years ago, um, just before. But entire pews empty. So that's news to me. I didn't know that about Father's Day. But that whole weekend, a lot of people were looking for a lot of people. And I heard from a lot of people that they were wondering where they were, where people are. Telling it says, what I'm saying, Brother Lewis, you're not the first, but you are the first public target. Um, yeah, and I appreciate your sharing that. And many times, again, when I hear comments and some of the others as well, whenever they see comments, it gives us the opportunity to kind of take your comment and run with it to expound on it for everybody to understand a little bit more about it. Sometimes we understand that you're not saying anything more than or even less than. But our hope is that based on your different and various comments, we're able to get everybody to understand where you're coming from. And if I'm ever wrong in that regard, again, always correct us. Uh, this thunder sounds and the rain sounds so good over here. Um, and thank you for that telling it. Says Brother Lewis, I believe it, and I do remember the tenant association. Um, yes, I think a lot of people do remember the tenant association. Um, I remembered hearing about it. I also remembered wanting to see the individual so that I can talk to them because at that time I didn't know a lot about the tenant association. I wanted to talk to them to maybe find out, if I can kind of um, uh, get them to see Addie more. My impression that I had heard was that there's people fighting against Ad and the House of Prayer. And y'all know this is how things are going to get spun, you know. And just like that situation, same thing here. And people don't have the details. People don't even hear the truth about these matters. But what they will hear is people fighting the House of Prayer. People fight. And that's why I'm saying it's intentional, just like when Mr. Cunningham said that in Charlotte. People lying on me in the House of Prayer. They know that the people, you're going to gain their sympathy, just to tell people that people lying on me in the House of Prayer. And they will wear that. Well, y'all have seen it. But now, like you said, people are waking up and they're now seeing past those false truths coming out of the mouths of men up in the front and up at the top. Um, and telling it, says, Brother Lewis, I remember you from back in the day. You love the house of prayer then. I know you love the house of prayer. Oh gosh, yeah. We would be at the house of prayer many times till 2, 3, 4 in the morning. Many times standing outside in the parking lot or the sidewalk, right? Or sometimes just hanging out in the stairwell, talking and talking and talking. Um, yes, absolutely. Golden boys, please don't be silly in the comments. We aren't discussing DT. DT.
Yeah,
Don't.
I removed those comments, so I just couldn't delete my own. That's
Okay.
how I do put me on the block list. So, uh,
Uh,
yeah,
no problem. Thank you,
their
sir.
comments are gone. No problem. Thank you.
um, how about if I am the PR? He told all of the members not to give him money when he comes in or love gift if they don't pay tithes. Oh, wow. Instead of saying y'all can't play if you don't pay tithes, just saying, you know what, if y'all don't want to pay tithes and don't work on the G class program, don't give me any more love gift. Let that be your penalty. That'll show you, that'll show a lot of people. If he told them that, not to give him love gift and not to give him G class, that'll show a lot of people. It'll show a lot of people. And after 3 2 3 months go by, people are going to be saying their lives are so different, and they'll be looking forward to doing that a whole lot more often. And uh, that said, um, he'll not want any longer to penalize people by saying what not to give them. But at this point, I'm sure none of you can see him saying not to give them anything. In fact, what was that last year? Um, was it last year? No, this year. He told Philadelphia, y'all can say Happy Mother's Day to him. All of that was to get. Oh my goodness, you can't make this stuff up. Telling it, there's a paper, Medical News.
That was funny too.
What's that? The Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, yeah. Happy
Uh,
Mother's Day, Dad.
woo, whatever needs to happen to get that envelope. Oh, it's just bad.
Well, I heard a wise woman once say that a woman won't know God until she can see God for herself as a woman. And so I wonder if that be true, do you see Daddy as a woman? You
Mm, yeah, I hope not. Uh, yeah, I hope. We keep it as it is.
You know what I mean?
Okay?
Absolutely. That was a mouthful there. Good night.
Yeah, it was.
Uh,
Woo.
yeah.
Um, there's a paper, Medical News today. The topic called Religious Delusion When It's Time to Seek Help. It's a must read. The topic is called, oh, Religious Delusion When It's Time to Seek Help. One key takeaway: believing your religious leaders is the Messiah, etc. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people coming out to uh, recently to talk about the subject of individuals following individuals who believe that they are uh, the Messiah. Some individuals have said that they're the. Said, well, shoot, we had one who said he represented the second coming, Mr. Cunningham, um, and people right behind him. So we know it's real, and we know it's true. Uh, but it's how do you reach individuals that are in that mindset? And the answer is you don't, because you can't. It takes our Father to open up the hearts of individuals. And just because someone's heart may not be open to receive the word today does not mean it'll be open. It won't be open tomorrow. Just because somebody's heart today is open to receive the word doesn't mean tomorrow that it will remain open. So there's no guarantees. Um, the best that we can do is to listen, to follow, to obey, and to seek Him. And when it comes to others, is just pray. If you are in a situation, then lean and trust on Him. Um, I've been sent here on earth. Says, do not worry, everything will be okay. Thank you. Yes, and this is what we're saying, that everything will be okay. I saw the fist, I saw the heart, I saw the hand clap. I thought that was the peace sign. Um, I saw that was saying peace, love, and happiness. Um, but thank you for that comment. All glory, absolutely, all glory to the Most High. All praise, all honor um, for all He's done, all that He's doing, all that He's planned to do. Telling it, Brother Lewis, I was one of them too. I'm so glad that the scales have come off my eyes. I suddenly realized the truth, and um, it was. I suddenly realized the truth, and it was. um, it would be fortunate if others would be able to see it that way. It would be so fortunate. But and we don't know until we see, what's going to unfold. But I'm grateful to hear that testimony and many others' testimonies. And again, we know that there's so many whose loved ones and family are still grappling with these situations, but we literally don't have any control over it. Um, I say to uh, others all the time, if you can't control the situation, you can't worry about that situation. If you can't fix it, can't worry about it. If you can't change it, you can't worry about it. You can't stress over it. You can, it's not going to be helpful. In fact, it's going to hurt and harm you. Worryation, stress, and all those things that turns into things when we hold on to it, when we harbor it, and it's not good. Um, but yeah, you just don't hold on to things you can't change, control, or fix. You got to let those things go. And Zalika says residual income. And I'm wondering at what point we were saying for Zalika to share this, what you're actually sharing. Residual income. And I know we talked about something like that last night, um, but just wanted to make sure I don't miss anything. Um, Telling it, cracking up, laughing, and screen says, "What's amazing is people will run with quote they're fighting against the Uhop, but don't want to hear truth with evidence." Shake my head. Yeah, unfortunately, um, people want what they want, and I know a lot of individuals. They know that when things happen, there will be change, and there will be much needed change. There will be a welcome change, and there will be change for some people that's not welcome at all. And this is where we see quite a few individuals They literally don't want to see uh, the positives come because they can get away with, they can do things. There's no accountability. They can whatever, and it's literally a free for all. It's a field day. Right? No meetings, no anything. It's literally whatever you make it. Your day is what you make it. Um, and for these individuals who look around, hopefully one day they will be able to share what Telenet said, and others of you have also hoped for. Say, what in the world was I thinking? Oh, I'm now free, free, free. One day, hopefully, the individuals that are still captivated by these things will be able to say just that one day, um, and open their ears to the truth. As Trina says, what difference does it make if they give him money going down the aisle or uh, eh, going down the aisle? Both of them goes in his pocket. They may give $1 or $5 in the aisle. Your tires will be more than that. Or tithe. Yeah, this has got to be. Here, let's go to the. That's got to be a typo. We know, Miss Kareen. Yes, definitely a typo. Some people talk the text, and sometimes it doesn't do the best job of relaying what we're what we're trying to say. Um, and, and telling it says it was liberating. It was liberating. Yes. And last but not least, I can recall I can recall while watching Jim Jones' story saying, how can people listen to him and do what he says all at the same time? I was a dedicated member of the House of Prayer, not knowing that I was in the same situation. In the same situation. Yeah, it's surprising how we look at others doing so many different things, and we fail to see ourselves in those very same scenarios. So it's it's very interesting. Um, with that in mind, we talked about before all these various denominations and what have you, but we certainly want to keep everyone of our members, our families, and our friends, and those who are still there and those who are waiting. I want to keep everyone in mind in our hearts. Our hope is that our help will not only arrive quickly, but also that the most good will be done when that arrival takes place. We know that our Father is always looking to save, and we know that He gives a tremendous amount of time for individual souls so that the souls of man can be saved. We're grateful that one day He reached out and He pulled us away from the indoctrination. And we know that there's many others that will also see what it is that we're trying to say today, who unfortunately or fortunately, we don't know always, or fortunately, that they are going through what they're going through for a reason. And many times those reasons are just and good and is for their own good. We don't know why our Heavenly Father does what He does, but we're grateful that He sees, knows, understand more than we do. And we're grateful that He knows that it's our love um, for these individuals, and it's our disdain for what they're going through to continue having to deal with what's currently still going on in our organization. So our hope is that even with the leaders, that they will consider the possibility of turning their attention also to the Most High, to our Creator, to our Heavenly Father, and to the Savior, so that they themselves will not be caught up when this time comes to an end. Our hope is that as many as possible will be saved from destruction, uh, not only later, but from as much destruction that they can be saved from, even in this lifetime. That said, we have a couple more comments. Um, as Koreans is going down the aisles or tides. Excuse me, not. Yeah, we know that was a mishap. Um, and Jimenez, Jimenez, Jimenez Jones, Jimenez Jones, and Addie Grace must have shared notes with each other. Oh, Jim Jones. There's some stories around that. We don't know how true. There's a article and some writings that we're waiting on so that we can touch on that as well. But we'll see how soon we can get that. If I can, I hope to be able to have that other video at some point in time tomorrow. I'll simply come on so that we can um, stream it.
Question though.
Yes, sir.
Are they speaking of Jim Jones, the prophet from 1960,
You
and
know, that's
not
a good question because there's two Jim
Apostle
Jones.
Jimmy Jones? Because I'm thinking what they may mean is that Jim Jones, the prophet from the 1950s and 60s, and Bishop Grace may have shared notes.
Hmm.
So I think that's what they're saying there. I just wanted to
Yes,
make sure it wasn't being confused with Jimmy Jones in New York.
yes. I can't remember who had shared online those individual, like it's just said the prophet. He called himself Prophet Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the Jim Jones over the People's something.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the don't drink the Kool Aid came from. Um,
Right.
and
Uh-huh.
then yeah, Jimmy Jones. But yes, the saying is that there were some individuals that had gotten together with Mr. Grace back in his day. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but I don't know a whole lot about that. And telling it just said Jim Jones from 1960 era.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it would be interesting to get some more on that.
Yeah. Allegedly, there was a meeting that was had between Jim Jones, Bishop Grace, also Father Divine, and the other two prophets that I can't remember. Prophet something. The one that said that he was gonna walk on water. He said, "You believe I can walk on water?" And he just left. After they said, "Yeah, we believe you can do it," and he was like, "All right, that's all I need. I'm done." Can't remember that guy's name. But that gentleman, as well as another gentleman, the five of them were in like a friendly competition between the five of them to see who could get the most followers. And so that's why it was important to Grace to do what he did the way that he did it when he bought that building out from under Father Divine. It was, to show him up in the media as well. So.
Mhm. Yeah, I only know of the one with the People's Temple. Thank you, telling it. Um, the other one I've only seen pictures. I don't know a whole lot about. Um, and then even when it comes to the General Assembly Secretary, I know a little bit about him, but not a lot. Uh,
Hmm.
but when it comes to Mr. Grace, I too have heard that there was meetings with some other prominent figures within the religious arena, and that a lot of things were not only shared but practiced also in these other denominations. Um, and as we continue in looking forward to looking at our history, more information will come up about Mr. Grace, the founder, um, a lot of those things, because the more we learn about our history, then the more we see where certain things came from. And if we don't learn our history, then many people have said you're bound to repeat it. And the hope is dealing with history that we learn from it and that we grow from it and not end up repeating anything negative um, from it. So that said, telling us says, watch Murderous Mind, Jim Jones. Yes, I think that's the one that I was talking about with the People's Temple and the Gemini Music Show. Hello, love, joy, peace, happiness, and perseverance to all the family. Absolutely. Uh, Glad to have you with us. And that said, um, oh boy, I'm going to go ahead and call it. My eyelids are extremely heavy, and I want to thank all of you who were able to join in with us and listen in. I hope that you found a great deal of information that is useful. Um,
Hmm.
and the intent is not to harm, but it is to educate. And so, with all of this in mind, we thank you. We hope that you have a beautiful rest of your evening and a wonderful night's rest. And we hope that we all are able to get up in the morning to have an enjoyable day as well as an enjoyable week. Until that next time, everyone take care. Uh, with the video, if it's not tomorrow, the hope is soon. So there's some expectations I run into tomorrow, but we'll see. In the meantime, everybody take care. Oh, wait a minute. There's one more. Oh, last comment was from AI. uh, and okay. So you all take care and we'll see you next time and in the next video. Until that time, have a good one, everybody.
Good night. Take care.
Yes, sir.